allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First thing to do would be approve the minutes from last week.
Also moved.
Don moved,
Second.
Jesse seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Miscellaneous motion. Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign 2 tax abatements in the amount of $119.70.
Also moved.
Don's moved, reason is listed behind the motion. Don's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. That was quick. There's that one girl.
There's that one girl. I'm filling in for Rhonda. She had a family emergency. So bear with me. I'm gonna try to get everything that I can for you.
Okay,
I have 2 properties to raise landfill fees for. I will give you guys some photographs. This is one in Leroy
Thank you.
and one in Gridley. Leroy and Gridley. Leroy.
What in the world happened?
Gridley, Leroy, I have, those are Leroy's. I have some more, I think.
This is Leroy, I think.
Yes, that's Leroy. The Leroy property is owned by Sarah Stewart and Patrick Beard. It was a divided property and they were given it for fairly cheap and they're going to tear it down and build a new single-family residence. So that's that one.
So they already started to know?
Yes. Patrick is a contractor. He can do most of the work himself. He's just wanting the landfill fees waived for that.
Patrick Beard started down.
Yes, correct. And that's at 218 6th Street in Leroy.
They started tearing it down, Jesse, here probably 2 weeks ago. And I was wondering if they was ever gonna come in and ask for a waiver landfill. I wasn't sure who was tearing it down, but are they gonna put a new property back in?
That's what their paperwork here says, that that's their plan, is to build a new single-family residence in that area.
So we just take action on this.
yeah, they do one at a time.
Gridley, I don't know how you want to do that. I can talk about the Gridley one if you want to make motions on both, or if you want to do it separately.
Do one at a time, one's in your district and one's in yours.
Okay. Also move we waive the landfill fees on the property there in Leroy.
All second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and then the Gridley one is at 425 Hammer Lane in Gridley. It's owned by Tim Stone. I don't have very many photos of that. I'm so sorry, you guys. I thought I had more. That is owned by Tim Stone. His house caught on fire last year. He settled with insurance and they will pay for it to be demoed. He's just wanting the landfill fees waived for that.
Also moved.
One second.
Bob moved, Jesse seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Pretty simple.
The only thing I wonder are I haven't been out to landfill, C to C and D sell. Probably gonna get pretty full pretty quick. I mean, those ones got the city down, they got all 3 of them down and they're hauling them off now, and then you got several others going there. I don't know.
But that's what it's for.
Well, that's true, but I don't know how full. I don't know if he needs another cell for C and D or what. I don't That'd be a good question next time we,
You bet.
If only,
you know,
But the huge plus to get some of these parks cleaned up that need to be cleaned up.
oh yeah.
there's a lot that needs to go.
Yeah,
And that's,
I think we're just in the beginning stage.
that's
I'm afraid you're right.
again where my question lies. I mean, I don't know. We're supposed to burn anything anymore. You gotta have all the wiring gone, the shingles off, and it's not, yeah, they're for EPA standards, so. Take a look at that. We'll move on. Bobby, Robert.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, ladies, commission, thank y'all for allowing me to appear. Had two items on the agenda to discuss. One will require action. The first I'd like to talk about is the murals in our town. The community survey that was done from Kansas State, that the extension office put on just a few months ago. For those of you who attended that meeting, one thing that the people who came into our community from outside, just like myself, when I came in for the first time, they were like, wow, these murals are just awesome. You know, and not just in Burlington, but in Leroy and our other cities. Over the decades, multiple people have put effort into putting these murals up. Primarily, Mr. Jim Stuckey was responsible for putting them up, or at least on the design level. Other parties have helped maintain them and over time and paint them. But as time passes, Mr. Jim gets older. I have noticed that some of the murals are starting to degrade a little bit. I've taken a look at almost all of them. I've also researched all the easements and agreements that we have with the property owners who own the property where those murals exist. Most of those have expired. So I'm in the process now of going revisit those agreements to get them re-signed up. I think that's something I can do. But looking forward over the next 10 years, 15 years, I would like to lead the charge or put effort into bringing somebody on board who could tutor under Mr. Jim while he's still able, that still has the willingness and to do so, who can be our go-to on new murals and mural maintenance. And it is true that as far as maintenance goes, we can go to the school and get kids from the Southern District and the 244 to and Waverly to come in and do some maintenance. But the big thing is that sometimes it's going to require a little bit more. There needs to be somebody in charge who understands art. And so I want to start looking for that person who can tutor under Mr. Jim. And I'm assuming it may cost just a little bit of money. I have the money in the budget for this. And I'm not talking about spending an exorbitant amount of money, but I want to incentivize somebody to come in and tutor at least just a few hours a month under Mr. Jim, with the idea that that will be our go-to person in the county that we can turn to for mural maintenance and new mural. And incidental to that, there's another discussion. The county has, the city owns the property out by the caboose, where the caboose is at the intersection of 75 and Main Street.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. The county has a sign there, a marquee sign. That sign's out of date. It has old festivals on it. It's just a plywood centerpiece painted. Has all the different county festivals on that board. It served its purpose for a good long time, but it needs changing and updating. Some of the dates are wrong. Some of the festivals aren't held anymore. But prior to this, I would like to place a digital sign there, right there in that marquee. It's a perfect place. It sits at a 90 to everybody coming in and out of our county along 75. It sits so they're forced to look at it. It's a good place. In addition, most of the business owners that we have they come to me all the time about signage. They want help with signage. Getting rights to put signage up is a big deal and costly. Marketing certain things that we want to market on a county level is tough also. This digital sign would serve the purpose of advertising for the businesses that we have, for those who wish to participate financially even, and also allow us to market things that we want to in our community as a county. So I've talked with the school superintendent, Doug Vanderlinden, city of Leroy, they just put one up, to just kind of ask some questions, and then how much does it cost, how do you operate it? So my idea is that we purchase a sign to fit inside that existing marquee. We just tear down the centerpiece, put the sign in, frame it, case it, make it look very nice. But it's networked to my office, so I can change things on demand without having to physically go out there and change things. So if there's a county event, an emergency, whatever, we can put something up on demand within seconds. And I'm perfectly capable technically of managing it. I've managed these signs before, by the way, in other communities. On that note of the overall effort of maintaining our community, the aesthetics, the art, the signage, one of the business owners that I think everybody would agree is rather successful, has a nice business. It's the kind of business that we wish we had a lot more of. Would be Miss Janet from Vintage Sisters, and she's one of the driving factors behind me wanting to maintain what we have and add to our ability to market our communities. And Ms. Janet, would you be willing to come up here and talk about that?
Sure. Okay, I'm Janet Fry from Vintage Sisters, and I get nervous to do this stuff, but Bobby came in the store the other day and started talking to me about a possible sign. Well, I've been trying to get a sign since I've been in business, and apparently I talked to the wrong people. But because I'm always busy, I don't get to meet the right people. He happened to pop in, like I said, and said something, and I said, oh my God. So I'm here to help promote that sign because I'm getting nervous. Because of all of our businesses that we have in town, I'm the kind of business owner that I believe our community works together, not against each other, together. Because we've got small towns all around us that, you know, you've got 4 or 5 different businesses. You might have some similar items, but who cares? You know, it's you work together. You know, it's like, hey, I ain't got it, but they do. Go down there. I'm all about that. Unfortunately, since I've been in town, there's some, what do you want to say? How did I get that up? People don't like, I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. You know, I see it, and even though I try to personally promote everybody that is in town, I'm discouraged by the ones that, it's like a competition. We're not in competition. I mean, a town does not thrive by competition. It thrives by working. Okay, we got Wolf Creek. Say that goes out. What do we got left? You know, it's like, oh my God, we're gonna die. We need to build up our town. And we got empty buildings down here. We need to fill them up with things. I know Bobby happened to tell me about something with EB Sports. There's another, I was like, oh my God, I got all excited. I said, seriously, we're gonna get some new stuff? And I guess that's what I'm about. I just want to come down here and let you know that I think whatever it takes, because I don't know, it's my first time here, to get this town to grow. I have a magazine that, you know, I try to promote, you know, Burlington, and unfortunately, I'm the only one in Burlington. I've gone to other establishments and, well, I don't need this, or I don't need that. We got enough. No, we don't, because this is Burlington. You open this up, okay, here's this town, here's Burlington. I swear, we're only this big, because that's my ad, and that's all we have to offer. Burlington's not just me. We got several things down here, you know, and I don't know what we need to do, but I want to see bus tours come. I want bus tours to show up in town and we get flooded and you're busier than hell. You know what I mean? It's like, I love that stuff.
I like the idea of the sign. I think that's a good idea.
I think so too, and I was like, right there on 75, sweet. You know, and if we
Lot of
have
traffic.
something, yes, and they instantly stop there. I've had to ask some people, how did you find me? Because I advertise everywhere. Google, in the magazines, I got all kinds of things. I've got, the one, it's called Discover Vintage America. It covers 10 states, which I thought, awesome. Well, there's been people come from different states because they've seen that in there. Well, that's just me. So when they get here, I was like, oh my God, you gotta go to Straughters and Daughters. They got the coolest shit. Sorry. And it's like, oh my God, but they need to be in there. You know, someone will tell me, well, I only do doors or I only do plumbing. Who cares? Someone might need one. You know, especially when they're coming through town, it's like, why go out of town? You know, we need in town. So, I don't know. Is that enough for me to say? But,
Thank you for coming.
oh, you're welcome.
And Bobby, I just asked since we're on this. Yes, sir. We have a caboose set down there. Burlington really has no connection to railroads.
Yes, sir.
It used to be at one time they're gonna make it a welcome center. Well, it's not handicap accessible.
Yes, sir.
I sometimes wonder, if maybe that thing shouldn't be replaced. You know, change is good. It's been sitting there for a long time. Change, if you're talking about murals, that wall might be perfect for a mural of something that has really to do with Burlington or Coffee County.
Yes,
Just a thought.
You're absolutely
But I'm
right.
not against changing the sign, but it's just a thought.
Yes, sir. And I'm working on something on that. I would probably say in a month or so, I'll come back to you on that. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think the same thing, but
So the money is in the budget to do the sign. I would bring it back to you on a contractual level for approval if, at some point in the future, I want to do more research, make sure I have all T's crossed and I's dotted before I talk to you more about it. But I appreciate you hearing that.
I see them everywhere. I mean, it seems like the wave of the future, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, they're really eye-catching.
Does it need to be a bigger sign than what this is though? I mean, you're talking about putting it in the same place, but does it need to be bigger?
It may be. Price is going to be certainly going to condition what we do, or else I have to go outside my budget, which would mean I have to come back and ask for a special action by the commission. But, yes, sir.
I'd say do discovery and come back.
Yes, sir.
When you really think about it, that's not a very big sign.
You're right. You're exactly right. If we want to have impact, we want people to be able to read
Yep.
and see legible words.
Not flash for 3 seconds and be gone to the next ad or
Right.
something.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Or I don't think you want to move it, sign going across there. There's some of them around, to me, they're totally worthless. You gotta sit there for 10 minutes, see what's going on. The one in Leroy, they've done a fantastic job with it.
Yes, sir.
And it's big enough that, it does a good job of displaying the information that you need to.
I'm a big fan of what they did.
I'm not sure what they paid for that one, but whatever it is, I think it's probably money well spent.
Well, would it be a two-sided sign?
Yeah, that's my idea.
Because people stop from both directions.
Exactly.
After they
People
stop,
coming. Yes, sir.
they
Exactly.
actually be stopped from 3 directions who can read it.
You could make it a free pass.
I mean, well, if you're on the upside, you can look and read it. If you're going north, you can read it. If you're going south, you can read it. Probably about the only ones, and you're already, those people are already downtown, so.
Is the lighting gonna upset any homeowners that's close by because this is a 24-hour day sign? Is it gonna throw off so much, because they are right, is it gonna throw off so much light that's going to?
I can do a survey study.
No home,
Sure can.
there's no home.
I think there's any.
Couple of blocks. It's a couple.
Okay.
It's right here at the stoplights.
Oh, okay.
I can produce the data.
I mean, as long as there's nobody around, I do know if it's on a, close to a residential area, it's going to really brighten, because those LEDs are
Right.
very bright.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, the closest one's 2 blocks. Well,
Yeah, that
block
should
and
be
a half,
far
I
enough
think.
away.
Yeah, 2, no, it'd be 2 blocks, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like
I think
awesome.
proceed, bring back new information. Sounds good to me.
The topic, on the second piece of the agenda is action item. We had loan review last week, our first loan review of my tenure. This is the first project under the revolving loan fund that the county has in quite some time. And this one is ready to move forward. It's ready to move to the phase where our attorney prepares the agreement that we spoke about, which would condition the project, make sure that that it is in our interest and it benefits us. So I would ask that the commission approve the EV Sports and Outdoors loan, conditioned on Wade Bowie's preparation of the contract.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do we have any paperwork on this before we?
We had it all last week.
Yeah, we gave it back last week.
I know we did.
Yes, sir. You do. Here's.
Publicly?
Yes, sir. It's ready to go public.
It's public, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The monthly rent on that, is that locked in for the 10 years of the projected paperwork?
It will be. That is, that's one of the partnership agreements that I didn't include in our project agreement that I'm going to ask Wade to enforce. I want to put a lot of teeth in this so that protections for the business, just like that. Yes, sir.
Does the owner have the right to purchase that property? I would rather, if the business is successful as what we hope it would be,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see him have the right to purchase it at a certain price. That way he's paying himself and not paying a lender.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything been discovered on that part of it?
No, sir, but I do know the property owner is willing to sell, and that's a good idea, actually.
To me, something probably needs to be built into the contractual part of it.
Yes, sir.
Because you don't want, you pay $9,600 out, that's totally gone.
Yes, sir.
It'd be nice to have 2 or 3 years to start paying yourself. But I don't know how that could be contractual built into it.
That's can certainly be added in.
This is on 3, I meant to check that building out. Which one of the buildings on Main Street is that?
That is the one called the Eagles Nest or Eagle Club. It's the old gymnastics studio.
It used to be the Eagles Club.
Okay. The interest rate at 5%, is that set by the bank, set by us, or who's that set by?
That is set by us. And in this scenario, and this is my opinion, any loan where we expect a takeout, which would be short term, I would have a 5% to 7% interest rate.
Now, see, you got a top of 7.
Yes, sir.
You know, with us trying to promote that, should we start out at a lower rate? You know, his monthly payments is $400 a month, and that's interest.
Yeah.
And that's money down a rabbit hole too.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to say we need to do it for 0, but do we need to look at something less than 5? At the current interest rate, 5 is too high.
Well, you can maybe do a 3 to 5.
Well, I'm just trying to find some good points, and I don't have all the answers, but I'm not too sure we had not look at maybe a little bit less than that,
You know,
at least for the next 2 or 3 years.
3%.
I know you've got this projected in here to
Pretty
top
good.
out 7. So,
Yeah,
what'd you say, Tim?
3% is pretty good.
Well, that would let him pay the debt reductions quicker.
Yep.
And I think that needs to be an objective by us. Our CDs and money rates right now is probably making a 1/10 to 1%,
See, that's what-
0.
Yeah,
These are just my observations. Did he make comment, or was a comment made that for the first 6 months, he was in a position where he didn't have to take any salary out
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
for the first 6 months or whatever?
Oh, as far as the accounting and bookkeeping is concerned, we need to show him, paying himself something for the accounting requirements. And you're probably familiar with those, but it's at the minimum. I think it's $500 a month is what the accounting minimum is. So he does have a significant amount of savings. I think the banker referenced that in our last meeting. He can certainly not draw salary for 6 months and beyond.
To me, I'm all in favor of doing it. I mean, I have no problem, just from what I've seen so far. We need to do everything to make it worth the success for him, because we know 9 out of 10 new businesses fail.
Yes, sir.
We don't want 9 out of 10 fail, 19 out of 20 fail. We don't want that to happen.
No.
If it does, we can't stop it, but we need to make it as attractive as we can and not give the whole boat away either.
Yes, sir.
So that's just some of my thoughts after reviewing going through this, Bobby.
Yes, sir.
I would like to have a buyer option in there. The quicker that could be achieved, the quicker he could be paying himself.
Yes, sir.
I like that 3%.
That can be made, done as well. Sure can.
Like I said, these are just some of mine.
County is,
Can we leave this here now?
absolutely.
It wasn't
That's right.
executive, but we can leave it later.
So, here's the second copy.
I didn't have it.
I'll bring the other copies down.
So you want to switch that 3%, or we gonna move on this today without?
You can approve, pending the comments you made, the 3%, the purchase provision, the purchase property provision, and the rent protection that was mentioned. And, of course, Wade just does a lot of work to do. The bank has an attorney as well, so they're going to have some back and forth.
I would rather wait till Wade approves it before we handle it.
On that case, would you authorize Wade to proceed with preparing the final agreement so that he's got something to work on?
And as long as he's got the consensus of the commission to move ahead, you don't have to project the changes if that's what the commission wants to do.
Yes, sir.
I like the 3% with the top at 5 rather than 5 to 7. But
Yes, sir.
I like the lower interest rate as well, just gives them a little bit of a leg up, so.
that should,
As far as I'm concerned, proceed.
Proceed.
that should present to him that we're willing to work real hard to make this thing work for him.
Yes, sir. In the scope of the attorney being diligent in moving forward, would the commission consider a motion authorizing him to prepare a final agreement?
That's the way they need to roll, and
If that's what it takes to make it start. I'm not sure it's necessary, but I wouldn't see nothing wrong with it either.
well, then I'd make the motion to have Wade Bowie, our county attorney, proceed with the agreement between EB Sports and Coffee County Economic Development on a contract.
Second.
Jesse seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
That it?
That's it.
Good. Janet, thanks for coming in.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
You too. That puts us way ahead of schedule. Lisa's coming in at 10.
So I thought if you had a bit of time, you could start looking through the budgets and kind of
Okay.
preparing.
Yeah, let's do that for 20 minutes, and we'll take a break, and Lisa will be here. Thank you.
Your battery dip
I couldn't see the light.
and the battery's gone.
I guess I have a question on the very first one, general wage increases. I've never ever seen this.
Okay, this is the one that you guys had me create a line item because you didn't want department heads putting any wage increases in their budget except for, this would be for, anything over cost of living or step increase.
Okay, this is where we moved it to our control.
Right.
Okay. That's
So
fair.
this is over and above the 3.5 or whatever we set that at
Yeah.
to cover it in it. Because like right now, they're talking about the COLA being 4 to 5% for 2021.
So anything that they didn't,
So-
departments didn't budget for, this
This
should
will cover
cover,
that part of it.
hopefully.
On the fire district administration, increase, 21,000 increase. It's in the second page. It's in the red one, it's the fire department.
Okay,
You don't have
You didn't
that.
get the red one?
it might,
They didn't have one prepared, but I put it in your,
okay, let me look here. Administration.
Why so much?
$21,000 increase.
What page you on, Ken?
Second page,
Second page.
administration, 21,746. Difference.
Probably would have to call in.
So that's almost 6%.
Well,
You want me to call in and have them?
he could explain it, or
Or I can call and ask him.
Yeah. if you're okay with that.
That's really the only thing that was.
That's the only thing that stuck out.
Okay.
While you're at it though, on the workman's comp, that stuck out. From, I'll throw 19 and 20, we're at 8,000, now we're at 25,805.
City Constellation, my work comp insurance jumped dramatically as well.
Correct, about that time, if
Now, the only explanation I've ever gotten really of any sort was, healthcare costs associated with work comp. And, a lot of it has to do with your exposure to potential hazards, accidents, this, that, and the other, so that would be more of a question for Trust Point. So Rand they may have gave him an explanation as to why, but I would say that's what you're gonna hear.
I bet you're right.
So,
I'd almost bet they had a claim.
That's what
Yeah, it almost takes a claim to get it up unless your businesses that change the exposure into different ventures and increased exposures. It's, their mod rate has probably went up 3 or 4 tenths.
all right,
And that's created by, most of the time created by a claim.
yeah,
yes,
And all it takes is one.
and it takes
You
a
know,
while to go on.
That's like the comp rate for the county. It is totally amazing how low the comp rate for the county is.
That's good.
Totally amazing. almost impossible to keep it down. I haven't seen it this year. It'd be interesting to see what it does this year.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering what the experience rating was.
Yeah, what that experience rate is.
I can
It's a-
get you a copy of that if you'd like, of the experience report.
I think we have.
But we normally get that from somebody every year, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I've got it.
I know I've really been impressed with the county's experience rate, state level. Yeah. Pardon?
It's in that light.
It is in that book.
That should be anyway.
Then it is in the trust point book, actually.
Should be.
Our moderate's in that book.
All right, I'll look.
$2,000.
That's 2,000 actually.
So I guess my question is,
You
do you
don't-
think 600,000 is enough there?
I'm sorry,
Do you think 600,000 is enough there?
that's a question there's no answer to. I think we just need to start with it. If something happens to make it go up, we just have to address it.
Oh, okay.
Address it at the time, be my suggestion. Got to have it started.
All right.
What is that, turn out percentage wise?
They're,
A little less than 10%, I think.
A little less than 10?
It's less,
Actually,
it's not,
only $10.
yeah, it's about 8 or 9. Their total salary is about
That's what it's
a
stuck.
little under 7, so it's almost 10%. Probably too high. Shouldn't have to worry about it going up.
Yeah, that should be substantial.
I think it's more than adequate. So
Yeah.
All right.
if this is something that Phil, we're Phil approved, I'm sure.
Commission next.
Commission's all right.
It looks fine.
Again, we talked about this at the beginning of the year where commission doesn't get the COLA. Everybody comfortable with that?
That's just an annual decision we made here a year ago.
Mhm.
We could do the same thing with this time.
I'm fine with it. I don't. Not necessity, I don't think.
Under tab number 3, Angie, jail or joint services building, JSB. What would come under that area?
What would come under that?
Yeah.
That's
For
just,
$6,000, that's hardly any money.
yeah, it's any utilities up there at that building, cleaning services, it's just the minimal it takes to take care of it.
Cleaning services comes out sheriff's department for that,
Does it? Okay, so it's just utilities.
but it's utilities, replacement of door locks, those type of things.
General manager. Out of control. Where's my red pen?
I'm sorry?
We are still waiting on the budgets that come from the attorney's office, so when they're not in there. we don't
Okay.
see.
Which one? You want? Clerk?
Clerks, yeah. You guys see anything there?
I don't see nothing there.
Neither do I.
I'll tell you, on election, you'll see an increase there from 2021 because next year will be midterm election, so we'll have more expenses. That's why there's that increase.
The biggest increase, there's capital outlay. What would that capital outlay be purchased in, Angie? That's where all the increase is.
Yeah, 50,000.
$46,000 there.
I think that's a typo. That should be up under commodities, actually. Probably need to move. Yeah, I need to redo that one, sorry. It still comes out of the general fund, but I can change it to commodities being more, 'cause that would be postage and envelopes and paper and programming and all that, so.
For the election.
Yeah,
So,
it's for the election.
So right now, there's no,
I don't have any large capital.
Anything for capital.
Yeah, it would be mostly just commodities and contractual.
But it'll still be the $50,000.
still be a $40,000 increase.
Yeah.
Chances are that won't happen or won't need to.
Well, if you look at 2020, it was almost 50,000.
Yeah.
Not knowing what inflation's gonna do.
Yep.
So if you want, you could just draw an arrow between the commodities and capital outlay, or I can print off a new one and change those numbers.
So you want to move your commodity to 60,000 then, or you want to leave it at 50?
I'll leave it at 50 and
50.
put 10 on capital,
10 on
just in
capital.
case something comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, the 12,000 for a year ago, that might not have been, should have been a little higher.
Well, 2021, we only have city school elections, and we only have general, there's no primary, so that's why it's less.
Yeah.
We only have one day for election.
It'll be a month.
Switching some numbers around there. a
Be a
little bit.
month for elections. 2024.
Everybody through that one? On the treasurer.
It is down 15,000, but everything looks all right on it.
When you have a new treasurer coming in.
Yeah, see, the personnel cost is 14 of it, so.
Nothing on treasurer for anybody?
My question is, 20 actual was 266, 283 was 21 budget, now we're dropping back to 268. Where are we losing the 20,000? What happened? Just because a new treasurer's coming in, there's still gonna be the salaries.
Well, the personnel cost in 21, it was increased to 31,000, now it's dropped off to 14. So that all the difference is basically in that personnel service.
What's gonna be the change?
I'm sorry,
And what's gonna be the change?
I don't know.
That's gonna be my question. What's the
Be a
change?
question we could ask Carol.
You want me to call her?
What is safety equipment, 1,000?
I'm sorry?
Safety equipment,
I'm assuming COVID related stuff.
Door locks, plexiglass.
Gonna call her down.
Yeah, that's the only
Yeah, unless,
big change, isn't
you know, well, last year it went up 31,000. What would have created that increase? And now, right now, I don't recall.
That was salaries,
it? Salaries.
salaries,
Yeah,
but,
because they increased,
but none of those salaries may change. So it should still be at least about the same for salary, shouldn't it?
yeah, unless the 264 ended up being projected too high, so we don't know that either.
Well, the longevity pay went down too. Karen won't be here, I guess that's what it did.
County answer, so I don't know if it's not here.
Well,
You can always go back to it.
we'll come back to it.
Okay, the notes I had last year, the 2019 was changed from 226 to 213. And the 2020 was projected at 247, and it was changed to 236, which is basically what we're seeing here is 233. The 221 budget that we approved a year ago, instead of being 264, we approved it at 243. So a year ago, we moved it down after asking the question probably. So the 264 that's stated there this year probably should read 243.
I got a mark on it, so we can ask.
Pardon?
I've got a mark on it, so we can ask her later.
Okay.
Move on.
Well, if what we did is 243, then the
262.8.
Pardon?
We make it 262.8 for the 21 budget instead of the 283.
Yeah, we changed it to 240, yeah, 240.
Which, so the 268 would be pretty accurate to be pretty close.
Yeah, from what I written down last year, what's been proposed for this year should be right, awful close.
And if that's the case,
So that's an increase of only $7,000, and that's 3%.
if that's the case, then the 268 one should be it. That's what we're interested in.
continue. Seven is not there. And that's,
Yeah, we don't have wage yet.
I wage, we're on to Kansas Legal Services.
And that's what we approved when he was here the other day, is 10,
Yeah.
if I remember right.
Yes.
Oh.
Was correct.
And we don't have county council yet.
Register of deed.
Everything looks good there. You know, salaries projections 1%.
Good with that one?
Yeah.
Crosswind.
You guys had talked about increasing that.
Yes, I did some number crunching on that.
We talked about moving it to 97.3.
Yes. Come on, Bob.
You know, couldn't help you.
You want to hold there and take a break? Lisa will be here in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we can, if you want to.
Is that 99 what?
Did you have something on this, Jess?
Well, I was just going at, I just kind of figured out what they did in Coffee County, the clients they had in Coffee County. So the money that was given was $317.30 per client. And that's from start to finish. That was what they figured. I mean, that's just taking an average of the expense. And, you know, sometimes the clients go on and on and on and on and on forever and ever and ever and ever. And so I don't know. I think it's a heck of a service to the county. For
How many clients did they? Oh, no.
312 served in Coffee County.
Divide that by 99,000, it's gonna be $300.
Yeah, $317.30.
I think 99 is what they were talking about when, can't remember the lady's name.
I can't either.
Amanda.
And I'm support on
Amanda
that.
Cunningham.
Yeah, Amanda Cunningham. But I think 99 is what,
But I don't think they asked for an increase, did they?
I'm sorry?
That wasn't an
There was
increase from last year.
Last year, if I remember right.
Last year they had 97.30.
Right.
Okay, I was thinking we went up to 99, just short of 100. But I'm not sure what the document is that we looked at.
It's under tab 41 in your old book.
Well, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
See, in 2019, it was 91, and went to 97.3 and stayed at 97.3 for 2 years.
And if you want, we could go ahead and put this under 41 in your book because
Bobby said
that's where it would go in your new book.
this is 21.
This tab is for the health department mental wellness. And so whenever they turn that in, that would be better.
For 41,
Need to put it under 41.
Yeah.
Well, I have some.
Do what?
I've got stuff under 41.
Hill County Health.
Okay, that one would go under
No,
the
how-
one you just did.
It should go under which one?
the housing story under 41.
Mental wellness, I put all the way in the back under miscellaneous, because I didn't know if that was the
Okay.
county
Okay.
wellness, so there is all the way.
Yeah, Coffee County Housing Authority was under 41.
1 minute.
Okay, so put that one, cost under 41.
Where do we go with the
Well, hold on
cost?
a minute, because I don't know.
Yeah, I would,
Okay, so hold on a minute. Mental. It would go under 42 in your book.
Under 42.
Is that right? No, that's health.
so,
Hang on a minute. Mental wellness.
43 JT now, no?
And I didn't put anything under that because I didn't have anything specifically that, so I just put mental wellness all the way in the back under.
Yeah, it would be JT. Mental health. Is where this one would go. Or if you want to just wait, Andrew and I can work through these.
So right now, Coffee County Housing, we don't know where it goes.
Just leave it where it is and we'll,
Leave it
Andrew and I
41.
will work through this.
Can go back.
The
We'll put
housing
it back
authority
where it
should be
was.
under
Yeah,
41.
just put it back in the
Put it at 41.
Which one was it under?
41.
We'll make it.
We'll get it.
We'll make it.
We're gonna take a break.
There's just a couple that she probably doesn't know, so I'll help her with that.
You bet.
That'll back.
It'll work out.
Seven.
Just put it where it was and
It was under 7?
we'll take care of those details.
All right, let's take a short break. Get ready for Lisa and
Just wait, set me up.
Under 16,000. Well, weight-wise,
Oh,
I don't want to, he's tagging it right now.
we have bed? No.
Yes, it's got the box right, 16 foot.
Shit. How just your regular truck would be 8,000 pounds. Regular pickup.
They've got it under 16,000, tagging it right now. I just want to make sure I'm not using.
You don't know what the leaking weight is?
No, I didn't look at it.
what do you got?
I don't know, Tim.
I don't know
It's
if it's
gonna be
enough.
close. It's gonna be close.
Should I call and raise it to 20?
What do you got?
F-550.
F550 16-foot box with a lift gate.
That's gonna hit 16,000, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Raise it to 20?
you're better to be over than you are under, that's for sure.
Alright,
Yeah, I would be surprised if it comes in.
Because you're looking at gross vehicle weight, that counts what you can tow.
yeah,
You'll be well over 16.
alright, so I'm gonna raise it to 20.
Well, you're gonna, I mean, it's got a box, so you ain't be towing anything. It's gonna be whatever's in the box.
Well, it's true, but I mean, if they hook a trailer to it, it's gotta, that tag's gotta cover it too.
But I don't think that's what the trailer took, where's the box?
Yeah,
Would be your contents inside,
which, that 550, you can load it up.
heavy.
But it's that, I got a 350 power stroke.
If it's not too far along.
Time we get to hook the trailer to it, we have to be at 16.
Very much.
Yeah. And it's just a flatbed, that 350.
Must be in the mood. He said he was gonna ask very politely if we could raise it to 20.
Must have already had it done.
I need my 2020 budget, but it only doesn't give me trouble.
Must be a long morning already.
How did it do that?
Could I look at it instead of 21?
Oh,
Push it off to the side. Didn't dawn to read numbers on the ground after you coming up with them numbers.
Now, just equal rate on an F5, empty weight on a F550 with the box, give me a number. 16-foot box.
So you're gonna be 12,000.
I'm with you, 12 with the lift gate.
Yeah.
is Lisa here today?
I'm gonna say 14 pounds.
Haven't seen her yet.
She had an email saying she would make it.
House cleaning time.
It is.
Oh, we got
So Lisa shows.
Okay.
Lisa's not here yet, so I guess we'll move on with our budget. It's me.
All right. I thought I was losing it.
My grandson, he likes to play the tech world, do lots of phone calls. If it goes off several more times, it's just,
How old is it, about 3,
no, he's 20.
20? There's some of these young kids anymore, so.
Well, he got through his 40s.
Yeah,
He's homebound, but
Yeah.
he just constantly,
Yeah.
constantly calls.
Yeah.
So let's see, where did we leave off? I apologize.
Crossways.
Yeah, we moved it back to 41.
Well, we brought it back up. We
Yeah.
brought it all the way back up.
Andrew's gonna fix it for you, so you can just move on.
Okay, move on.
You got it figured out, so.
So we're gonna leave it at 12?
Yeah, you can leave it where it's at for now.
Okay.
I got it on 7 now.
So anyway, I
We'll
guess
go on.
whether or not we're approving the 99,000 is requested.
The Crosswinds is one that,
Just
Well,
leave it where it is.
Just leave it right where it is.
Yeah.
Just leave it on,
Yes.
8.
Andrew and Andrew are working, right?
Yeah, leave it at 7 where you had it, or wherever it was. It was at 11.
Was it? I've already used,
No, wait a minute, hang on, is that where it was?
Yeah, 11.
We'll do 11.
Because 12 is down
We're
the
just
road.
leave it there, Andrew, because we got to figure it out.
Good deal. So again, we're just, whether or not we're approving the 99,000 is requested.
Correct.
Jesse come up with 300 and some odd dollars per client that they actually serve throughout the county, so.
I'm fine with it. I just don't think it's enough for the client down. You put $500 a head per client, and, you know, that's $156,000. you know, base if they run the same numbers as they did last
And
year.
I'm sure they get reimbursed by some
I'm sure,
financially, so.
I'm sure. I'm
Not all of them would be a free gratis, if you will.
Yeah.
I would assume. I don't. Yeah.
If they have insurance that
I think if they have some insurance, it helps pay, but 99% probably don't.
It's evidently working for them, and they probably suggest that they'd like to have a little more, so.
Right. I'm good with it.
Good with it.
I was thinking more, but I'm good with the 99.
Yep, okay.
We'll see how this year goes.
So the next would be
Fourth district.
clerk. District court.
If there's anything we can do with that one.
They've got 3 small increases in there, but those small increases is only 5,000, so.
Well, I'm not gonna tell a judge you can't have it.
It's minimal. Everything's going up, so. Okay. Landfill.
Actually, we are putting money back for an expansion on C and D,
Are we? I've got that for you.
15,000 a year.
That'd be good, I think it's gonna need it.
Well, it just says estimate on construction cell 5 in 2028 is gonna be $952,000 estimate. It'll be $1 million by the time we're.
When 28 gets here, it'll be a season thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it might be 1.5.
And that'll need to go on your capital improvement plan, just so you know,
The landfill.
that, yeah, the cell number 5.
I'm not making some different numbers than anybody else.
Andrea, you have.
We're under tab 13, that's it there.
And the, yeah.
I'm done. Right. I was too far, too quick.
So Lisa just
You good with that?
Sale, 2, find out that.
Yeah, it's gonna be, how long ago is that?
It's been like 14 years. Beginning of
Yeah.
You guys see anything on that one?
I didn't see anything that stuck out.
Yeah, I think a lot of money being projected there, and that may change a little.
Yeah.
Before we move on, Lisa's with us now.
It was 10:30.
Next one.
I thought you had 10.
Courthouse department.
Sorry. No, I'm opposed. I don't know why. Sorry about
You're fine. You're fine. We've got plenty to do.
that. We don't know, I have budget time.
Yeah.
What else can we do?
Yeah.
Are you asking for this or not?
Yeah, I have 10 in my email.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
As far as executive session, I don't have, I mean, I can ask for it, but I don't have the,
I did not.
I don't have the statutes memorized like you do.
I've memorized that.
Oh, you have a cheat sheet? Well, I haven't done that.
You're
Ready?
Yep. We're just doing our budget work in between when we have time here, so.
Okay.
She was next on that list, so we might as well
Yeah.
address it.
So Lisa is here, and I'll let her introduce herself to the commission, probably more importantly to the public and those who watch the meetings. This particular topic deals with our HR audit and how to potentially deal with the issues that are within the HR audit. As this board and the public will probably remember, there were a number of executive sessions that probably lasted, 6 hours or so, somewhere in that neighborhood, that discussed the issues that were brought up and recommendations that were made in the HR audit that the board had requested that McGrath, with Lisa's assistance, had put together. And this is now the back end of that, where Lisa is here to present, and I'll let her come up and present in what capacity she's before the board today, what she brings to the table before I request an executive session for the board to go into, so she can present what her recommendations are, how she would deal with some of the issues. And so it's clear to this board and to the public what she's going to present after I make the request to go into executive session deals with some specific county policy issues, and those issues are sensitive based on the subject matter, where, in my opinion, as legal representation for the county, do not need to be discussed in an open session because of the potential liability issues surrounding what was in the original HR audit. So I'll ask Lisa to come up very briefly, and then I'll be back to
10
request.
minutes, right? No, it won't even be that. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you've all worked with me now for a while and know me, but again, as Wade mentioned for the public, I'm an HR consultant, and prior to becoming a consultant almost 6 years ago, my background was human resources, about 25 years. 18 of those years was as director of human resources for Berry County here in Kansas. So my background and passion is definitely county government. Yeah, I've been pleased to work with Coffee County for the last year, over a year now. And after completing the audit and having those lengthy executive sessions and sharing the results, Wade asked me a few weeks ago to put together a proposal to assist with some of the mitigation and things that we need to do and address, and some of the recommendations that I made. So that's what I'm here today to do with you.
So with that in mind, I'm going to request a motion for the board to recess into executive session for consultation with the county counselor, as well as to include myself, the board, and Lisa to discuss matters deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 754319B2. And the specific subject matter deals with current county policy and potential exposure for Coffee County related to the HR audit that was conducted by McGrath. And this specifically deals with proposals by a potential source to deal with and mitigate those potential exposure issues for Coffee County. If I stay with the past, I'm going to request 30 minutes at a time. That way, I'm not sure 30 minutes will be enough. It may take an hour, but that will give us the opportunity to at least have a pause if we need it. But we may come right back.
Need a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Tim made the motion.
Second.
John seconded. We'll go in at 10:18 for 30 minutes.
You gonna vote on it?
Oh, all in favor?
When we get out of the league, that's a vote.
Well, it's no wonder I felt like I had all the time in the world this morning. Like, this doesn't feel normal to go to coffee events because I had wrong time. Where are you doing it? What did they do?
Just curious, but somebody said my name's never on the list of who's here. I don't know, did I get taken out of it? So someone is after my name.
We're back. As a follow-up to our last executive session, I'm gonna request a 10-minute executive session with just myself and the board to discuss the same topic and subject matter, but so that I can provide legal advice related to the mitigation presentation we just were presented. And I don't think I need to go through and rehash what I said to go into executive session because it's the same thing, but it still deals with potential legal exposure related to the original HR audit.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Going at 10:54.
Welcome back. Yeah. They supply them to what we do. We got them. Yeah. There was one in the box. They took it to theirs. I think I'll find a St. Peter coming back to this.
Yeah. We're back. lunch break at 1, or at noon, and then, get with Tom Johnson from the Judicial Center, so we'll just do roundtable now. Just put the weight up.
I don't have anything, to talk about in the open part of the session unless somebody has a question. I know the last meeting, apparently, even before I got here, there was quite a bit of discussion about the tax sale. And pretty sure I cleared up all the issues when I came up and discussed what was going on with the tax sale. Since that time, I've discussed the matter in detail with the attorneys for the firm that's handling the tax sale, and they're aware of some of the issues going on behind the scenes, and they're taking care of them. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it's being addressed and should be remedied. And if it's not, then we'll deal with it further. But any questions about that?
We still set for the sale to be in September, do you know?
If they have to send out new notice and republish, then it may delay it some, but as far as I know, it's still on track for September.
That's what I was gonna ask. With addresses not being accurate, locations, legal what not being accurate, once those are cleared up, do they have to be republished 3 times? And we don't know yet. It sounds like there's quite a few issues.
I don't know the answer to that because I'm not the one who's sending out it's sort of me speaking out of turn. So I think any issues regarding what's going on with the tax sale, whether it be in regards to legal description, notice, publication, should be addressed to Glenda Osterman, and I think their information is within the publications in the paper. There's a phone number, and they have assigned staff who deal with the tax sale issues. So if the treasurer's office, for example, would send a citizen to talk to me, well, I didn't do it. So how do I know how to answer the question? Because I didn't do it. The people who did it, who published, who put together the documents, who filed the petitions with the court, they're the ones who can answer those questions. And all I would do is lead them in that direction and provide that information to them. Any other questions about anything else? Okay. So I need to request a 10-minute executive session with myself and the board to discuss potential county litigation for matters deemed, and it's specific to an insurance issue that I've been made aware of. And it is in reference to a matter that's deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 75-4319B2.
I'll make the motion. Tim's moved. Second. Jesse seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We're going at 10:13, 11:13, excuse me, for 10 minutes, correct?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, do you need me to continue to stick around
No,
for questions,
I
or are you
think-
guys all good?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, okay,
Thank you
great.
very much for coming.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, Lisa. Drive safe.
You're welcome. Thanks. I'm lucky I get sleep. We'll see you guys later. Thank you.
That's what I have, 11:15.
Go again at 11:13? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Any good news?
I don't know.
Middle of the road news, anything? I was looking to be uplifted.
Yeah, may have to wait a while.
What?
May have to wait a while.
Okay. Patient person.
Okay, that's good.
Sometimes.
I don't run into many patient people anymore.
Well, I wasn't patient, but then my attention span grew so short that if it doesn't happen immediately, then I just forget. And so I move on, instead of just forgetting. Ida covering Ohio days, or is it?
Yeah, no, we're just, I think I'm going up tonight. And I gotta,
I didn't even look at the forecast.
It's probably really nice tonight.
That's just not right.
I know. I believe the high is supposed to be low 80s or
It's at
so.
75 right now, high of 84. What the heck? They better cancel the parade.
I'm used to a rain shower moving in right about the time.
Yeah, there you go, Wednesday, 93 and storms.
Better move the parade that Wednesday.
My grandma and grandpa used to be over there a lot of times when about that time of year. Noah and Julia would get out of town, like get ready to go home. I'd go over to stay with them. And I can remember, I don't know, they had some little house that was over off of that slough somewhere. I can't even remember where it was. But I can remember coming back from going down to the fairgrounds, and everything, coming back and taking a bath. And the whole thing just turns to mud because there was so much dust. When the county started doing their infrastructure, it was county ACH over there. One of the first things they did was when they got hold of that money, is they blacktopped the side streets for 2 blocks either side of Main Street, just for air quality purposes and aesthetics, so it wouldn't look like a gravel road town.
It'd be a huge difference.
And right down there by the gas station, that road, probably First Street, I don't know what it is.
my drainage system was just a, it was gravel, it was just a drag strip 2 inches. And the cloud gas pipeline. I'm gonna sit over here and pretend to be Angie and take it out. I'll be back in. I'll be back in a second. Actually, never to stay awake. Yeah, 2 weeks. Hopefully they don't have too much more to discuss. Coming back with one from the main track. And I just finally got a report of changes of address in the voter rolls that can match up with the national change of address system through the postal service. But they link back to the voter registration system. And I thought I was gonna have it in January, and I thought I was gonna have it in February, March, and just now get it. And if we had a primary going on, we'd be busy right now. And we're already in February. We're down there, it's not 500, 600 forms. In the past years, it's only 350. Jackie put this on top of this stuff. I'm sure. Well, I heard of it. I'm trying to be aggressive and making sure that we keep it straight. It's my spot here. Yep. That's your spot. All right. I love it.
We are back and we're still in roundtable mode. Wade's done. My battery went dead. Yep. I'm good. Angie, you look different. What'd you do to your hair?
Yeah. This clerk had an appointment out of the building. Asked me to sit in for until she gets back.
We're doing roundtable. I assume you have nothing?
I have nothing.
Good.
Nothing that I'm aware of.
Nothing you're aware of? Yep.
Wade said that he's working on the 30 by 30 letter and resolution. It'll be next week.
Okay.
And Ohio Day is going on in Waverly. The parade's tonight.
It's gonna be beautiful weather.
One that doesn't happen very often.
No.
It's like 200 degrees.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think we'll hold that off yet another week because Tom's not gonna be here next week?
Yeah, with
The 30 by 30?
30 by 30.
I'm in favor.
All
I'll
right.
just let you know right now.
All right. If you don't care, we may go ahead and,
I would sign it
all right.
gladly.
He'll still be able to sign it.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
we better check with Wade and see if you can still sign it with that. Because if
I just assumed he voted no and still signed one. Of course, he was here.
well, but he was here.
yeah.
I don't know how that worked, but we
I don't
probably
either.
want to make it, I appreciate your support for it, but we need to make it sure that it's legit.
We'll make sure it's
Especially
legit.
this is going to the cricket.
This will be to the Park Service letter, the Park Service, and when Wade talked, it'll also be addressed to the president.
You want me to read it?
Jesse, you got anything?
You got a big one.
No, I don't believe I do.
You got a big one.
Not big enough.
I don't have anything to do.
You're good?
I'm good.
I'm good.
That's good. No. Good. Well, as Tim, everybody stated, I will be gone next week. Commission. The only thing I'd say, Coffee County Fair is coming up as well. A friend of mine, Cliff Blow, and I have been working on the horseshoe pits down there. We've got about 10 hours apiece in it, getting them prepped for the horseshoe tournament on July 25th, 9 a.m. This will be a bow shoot down at the fairgrounds.
Is that Sunday?
Sunday, 9 a.m.
While we're at it, I'd like to bring up the auction, the livestock auction
At the fair.
at the fair. I'd like to see a good turnout.
Usually sponsor something. My neighbor boys are in 4-H, sponsor a pig or something like that.
All right.
And that's when?
The 25th, right? It'll start at 6.
6:16.
Yeah, I've never attended those. Yeah, they're usually Sunday evening, but yeah.
It's normally 200 degrees too.
Yeah, but it's hot.
What the forecast is for that weekend. It's always nice and cool in the morning for horseshoe pitching.
Stays for the free barbecue. That's before the auction.
Okay. Keep that in mind. Andrea,
A couple little things. In case anyone doesn't know, my office is now in the economic development meeting room if anyone's looking for me. And the mail machine is now where I was, up in the back of the mapping room. So for anyone using the mail, that's where the machine is now. And these locks, we had several people in the courthouse afterwards looking for these window locks. And they do sell them online. So right now there are 5 available. The clerk's office helped me order them through Amazon since there's only 5, but they will be having more in stock. So right now we've got some coming in, but they were 5/8, so we got those ordered. And IT is also working on some other things from that list, from the training from there.
okay.
And Ray Roofing was here last week to do the maintenance work that they said they were gonna do. So they got that done, and Wellnut Tree Service is gonna add us to our schedule for the tree trimming. They're about 6 weeks out, but they are gonna get us on the schedule for that.
Okay.
And that's it for that.
Where are these locks? Isn't there some way that we could fasten a cord or something to them so that they don't disappear again?
Tim mentioned about just changing the whole dang lock out.
You know, I looked into it, I can't find them, but it looks like to me it'd be real easy to have somebody go in and just do a flipper on it.
Yeah, because I looked at the windows and all they are, these are 2 little screws hold them into the window. And
The little wedge comes down and locks it.
We're not opposed to getting those handles for now, but I mean,
Looks like in the future, we could simply put a lock on it where you can just unlock it.
the people that's gonna do the door, I think we can approach them with that, weren't we?
Oh, that was the other thing, for that basement door, as far as to use it or have it permanently not be a public entrance. You know, we started with Road and Bridge to see if they can make a sign like that that says that this door is not a public entrance in the basement on the west side.
Sure.
Start with them.
Yeah, they can put a sign, they can build a sign.
Yeah, so do that. We'll have them do that.
Anything else?
Nope, I think that was it. So,
Well, we can go for our budget book some more till noon. Are we okay with that?
That'll work.
You can run where we left off.
13.
13.
Mine's open.
Well, I got mine up in the 14th.
Yeah,
I did
we
too.
just got 13 too. Ready for the courthouse.
For number 14, I didn't know if something would be part of it, so I put it all the way in the back and it says general extra, but I didn't know if that was courthouse general extra, so there is a page that's all the way in the back of the book.
All the way in the back of the book or on this?
All the way in number 60, all the way in the very end, in the extra for the miscellaneous budget.
What was it for?
Well, I'm not sure, that's,
Contractual, that
because it didn't have,
heating
it didn't have any personnel services, so I wasn't sure what category that general extra fell into.
General extra, is that what it says?
Right, and that was one that did come from the clerk's office that she makes, but I wasn't sure which department.
I think at 1.1.
Could you check with Andy and see what that might be? Maybe that might be for emergency things or something.
She'll be back here today, but
She won't be back.
she will be.
She won't be.
She will be. Probably look after things.
Well, that actually looks like it matches wage increases, now that I look at that. So it might have been the same as that. It is. I wonder if it was just how it originally came out, because that does match what shows for the wage increase. So it looks like that was just done two different ways then, so I don't know if that's even needed.
Let's just have Andrew check with Andy, because we sat here and guess all day long.
Okay. Right. Move on to wellness. Pretty much prefers the same as last year.
Same as it's been.
General, capital outlay. Up 150 from last year.
That's one of those deals where it's just an unknown what may come up and what needs to be done.
Tech training equipment. Same as previous.
You know, that was increased a year ago, $145,000, and it's at the same. Wonder if Brad's got something in there that it needs to stay up at that 230. Yeah, he'll be back.
You were over there. We can ask him when he comes back.
So we're going on to 18.
Council on Aging.
I know we've always done it this way, but the East Central Kansas Area Agency on Aging, we've always paid to Burlington, and they've always gave it to them. I wonder if we could break the East Central Kansas Area Agency out as their own and pay them directly instead of going through the local, the way we've done it before. They come in and they requested the money, but I sometimes wonder if, I know a lot of the other counties just have they have their line item for East Central Kansas Area Agency. Or maybe that's something that we need to take a look at and maybe just change it. Because we pay it to I guess we pay it to Bill Stutman, and then he turns around and distributes it to them, but they're actually a bigger agency than we're paying it to and then giving it to them. I think that's something we ought to take a look at, decide, discuss, maybe make a change there or something.
We can just, us writing the checks basically to each individual, Leroy, Waverly, and whoever.
We don't, we write it to, it actually goes to Bill,
Yes.
and then he distributes it to each of those.
Right. So now you're saying,
I'm wondering if we shouldn't take East Central Kansas out of that group and deal with them directly, because they come in and present their budget to us each year, their proposal. I think it's a good organization, because it's actually one of them is the Nutrition Sites Meals on Wheels.
oh yeah, highly beneficial.
I wonder if maybe those two, we should have its own line item instead of giving money to the local.
You're not talking about changing for this year, right?
If possible. I mean, we're still talking the same amount of money, we're just paying it two different ways.
Suppose we'd have to bring the bill in to, I guess we don't have to have a bill there.
I think that'd be something we could just make a decision on ourselves to do.
I don't think so.
That's where,
I mean, we'd just be paying it directly to them, and they would be getting it then instead of going through and then determining whenever Bill decides to pay it to them.
Yeah, we'll just make a check out to them for $50,500.
Right.
We make one out to Bill for $41,000.
And then Bill don't have to turn around right there.
He wouldn't have to turn around right.
I don't see a problem in it. I mean, not changing the dollar value or anything.
But I think we would want to put them on their own from there. If we do it this year, we still want to put them on, I think, their own line item. Maybe Andrew can get with Angie and figure out how we do that.
Okay.
As long as
If it's workable,
yeah, that would be it, and as long as
it's workable, and if it is, how
the clerk's office, yeah. Utilities department, not much different.
The next two we've not received, she's sent reminder emails, so that's the next two of them.
Who is that?
One comes from the attorney's office, and the other is the resource council.
Okay. Move on to airport.
Wonder what he's got in capital outlay for 22 of 270,000. Anybody know what he's, they're projecting out there?
You may say, oh,
Is they
yeah.
gonna do some concrete work around the hangars
Yeah, they're in concrete work around hangers. Yeah, he was in here.
here, what, 2 weeks?
T
3 weeks
hangar,
ago?
taxi lanes and approaches.
Yeah, yeah.
And I believe you got some money from
Fed money.
the cost, yeah, Fed money, cost everything on that too.
Yeah, like $600 and some thousand worth of work.
Um, 1.2.
1.2.
I wasn't reading it right.
That's the total project cost, 1, 2.
Yeah,
So you pull out our 270, yeah, right?
correct.
It's gonna be a 75% deal or 80%, 75%.
$1 million.
Yep.
grant.
Yep. I think they do a good job of getting those grants.
I think our airport's in good hands out there.
Yeah. Got an engineer's opinion on it. Move on.
Which one around technology?
Yes. Start reading bid tabs for the airport. Sidetrack. I don't,
You know, we got a category back on 17, tech training equipment. And technology, they're both department agencies. What if those had, those would be consolidated?
Brad said he was asked to
Or
split
not,
them.
I was looking back for last year, but I haven't found last year's.
Yeah, Brad said he was asked to split them into two different
Well, he was
categories.
asked to put them into two.
He was, but the information and the line items are still the same since
Okay.
they fall that way, but he said he was asked to split it up that way.
Personnel services, there was almost 9,000, which would be about a 6% increase. I don't know whether we need to see it, Brad, you adjust that back down. Did we kind of set that at 3.5 to 4?
You want me to see if he's available, because you had another question too for him, didn't you?
Yeah. You want to see if it's available, though, but some of that would have to do with the salary adjustment we did too, I would assume.
Yeah,
Let's see.
and that, you know, that's probably,
Come on down, Brad. He's watching this.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, we walked by just a little bit ago, heading northbound.
yeah, because there was an adjustment in that department.
Correct.
Yeah.
I would assume that's where.
That's probably what took care of
Majority
that.
of that is notified, so. That's the only thing I know. But he knows more about the equipment and everything he needs to get.
Yeah.
And to keep everything running, functioning how it needs to be.
I can't tell him whether he needs it or not.
Yeah, I have no idea. My only question is, we got two budgets in the same department, but evidently we asked them a year or two ago to separate it, and I don't recall that.
It's been that way since I came.
Yeah, okay. If that's the case, to me, it's not an issue.
Arts.
My question would be, if COVID shut them down in 2020, what did they do with the money? If they carried it over, do they really need to increase their budget?
Whose question is that too?
Our council.
Yeah. Is that Pam?
I do not know who is in charge of that anymore.
Looks like Pam wanted to put it together. Well, I could be wrong.
Pam Scott,
Yeah, she does
I
that.
know she's been on it.
I just assumed she was basically the head of it.
I think they was talking, yeah, she was in here talking about bringing in some higher up performers and stuff like that here a couple weeks ago, I think. Yeah, here it is, improving.
Yeah, that second sheet's got quite a few breakdown of what she's doing.
kind of explanation as to why the money requested.
But what happens to the 8th when they were closed down? I don't see where it.
Moved over.
Yeah.
Put it here, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Well, that was last year, 2020.
Well, yeah, I don't know if that means you carried that over to 2021.
It should have been down here as a carry.
And the carry might be.
Carryover was supposedly here, in 2020 was $14,689.
Works messed up on the lines, maybe.
Well, there's just total expenditures at 23.5, and our support's only 9. They carry over 14,000.
And we've only increased our support $1,000, but the rest of it's all being privately owned or privately supported.
Funded.
A fundraiser for is taking care of the majority of that, so they're working hard to raise the funds to make it up. So I don't think we have any, probably shouldn't have any problem with it. They're
2020, we went from 19, we went from 6 to 8,000 in 2020, increased there.
I don't have any problem at all with it. Ask the board since most of that extra funding has been raised,
Elsewhere.
yeah, outside.
Sheriff's office.
Do I see he doesn't have an increase on his ammunition?
Do what, Jay?
There's no increase on the ammunition.
That's surprising.
It looks like everything Tom has done here on his budget request is, well within the guidelines.
I think it was increased.
I would too.
Maybe he's over. Got it clear out to 2026.
Patrol vehicle. They get harder to do bad each year, you know what? If you can get them now.
Yeah.
We good with that one?
I'm all right with sure.
No new funding here.
It is 11, yeah.
Oh,
It is 11:59.
Just go throw it back.
We'll leave off on Cobb County Transportation. Recess for an hour for lunch. Reconvene back here at 1 o'clock.
Did you recess this?
I did recess this at noon, yes. Didn't know about a few times, but, yeah. $11:59 recess. Convene at 1 p.m.
Oh, before I forget, there's a police on the phone. She had the. So that's why.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Pete?
Good, how are you?
These teas are pretty good, aren't they?
I-
Addiction.
Yeah, I drink all the time. Well, not all the time. I drink one a day, probably. I don't do a whole lot of caffeine. But I figured today I probably need.
Bill. 1 o'clock, huh?
Yep.
Wonder how long Tom's gonna need.
Well, Gobert's supposed to be here.
Executive session.
What are the chances that Carl will be in there?
I'll bet Amber, the answer
August 18th.
I'm gonna be about 2 hours late. There's nothing I can do about it.
Nothing you can do about it, nothing you can do about it. Well, did you have a good lunch?
I guess, I went to Sonic. I know, we don't go out and eat too, I'm a sucker for their onion rings.
No. I'm just a sucker for fast food.
I'm
So
sorry?
I like fast food, so
Yeah,
I went to Subway's. I was gonna go down to Vintage Sisters, but I don't think they're open.
yeah, I almost stopped it. I like Subway's, their steak sandwich,
Mhm.
pretty darn good.
You always eat the wraps. Less carbs. Oof. Was he in there?
No, but I talked to Amber, and Amber said that is not a problem, it's practice, it's a practice drill, and she goes, basically, we're just practicing for next year.
Do they want all 5 of us here?
I never asked that. Sorry.
I know it was before, you know, they had 3 different teams, and they moved it now to 2, just blue and red. But they still wanted to kind of have all 5 commissioners available, but there's only 3 of us that ever met here. You know, Bob always went to Vito, and Fred always went to Topeka. But I'm not too sure they're gonna continue that.
I just needs to tell me what to do and where to be, and I'll be there.
What? I said, I'll just be 2 hours late, and she goes, that's fine, you're gonna miss out on the donuts.
I didn't figure it'd be an issue at all.
Well, I just wanted to find out,
And that's the 18th?
yes. August the 18th.
Take it back, Tom.
No, it's not me.
I think we ought to move the meeting outside on the park bench.
Nice out there, ain't it?
There's a picnic table right by the jail entrance.
Yeah, we're under video.
Yeah. Anytime I was so lightweight, I mean, I know I have them on, but it's just, I don't know.
That's just like my bullets, I love them.
What do you got?
Bullets.
Where do you get them at?
I got them Walmart. Man, they've got miles and miles and miles on them. And they get beat up, and I had one pair for about 12 years. And I sat on them once, threw them in the seat of the truck. Then I jumped up in there real quick, sat down, bent them up, I straightened them up. And then I was up at Peterbilt, and I put them over in the passenger seat, and they got in and changed out the passenger window and sat down on them and just broke them. So I had to get me another pair.
Bolays.
Olay.
Yep. Check it out.
I need mine to.
Bolle. Bolle.
These are supposed to be indestructible.
Oh, yeah.
They anything.
Maui Jims.
They're not cheap.
But the polarization on them is like
Amazing.
second to none. Amazing.
You have to cool on these. I can look, there'd be a cloud bank roll and then you can, you can put sunglasses on, then you can distinguish, the big clouds from, it just lines everything out, it's pretty weird. I wear them at nighttime on 2-lane roads.
Sometimes I do these too.
Yeah, because I get car light blinded.
I do too now.
Yeah. I tried them yellow things, but
You
they.
get those at Walmart though?
Yeah. They go to Walmart.
Sometimes it helps at night, you turn down your dash light,
Dash
it will help
lights.
some,
Yeah.
but still it's like,
Yeah, no one. Speaking about out there at the cattle camp, how far do you like to go for even
This is Jesse.
AC pads? Would you,
an AC pad, heck, they
I'm okay.
would you go to
I'm
that?
feeling
make
all
them
right.
precast.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I think so. Still a little tired.
Bigger ones than the
Yeah.
home?
Oh.
Would, I told
Oh, okay.
Clayton to give you a call in Topeka.
Oh, a commercial type thing. In Topeka, here we go, Topeka.
Right,
It's about the extent of it though.
right. Not Kansas
Yes.
City.
No, we went to Olathe last year and that was enough,
Right. I wasn't know that.
but I mean, it was a nice job, I kind of,
Okay.
Okay,
So there is nothing, there was
we gotta say,
nothing.
well, we got more than that in our budget, so
In
we'll
the
just pay
budget.
more, because we want you.
That they
Right.
I'll tell you what, right now, it's hard to get somebody from.
Alrighty.
It is, especially for those kind of paths.
That would have been 3-2 at least. Mhm. Right. Okay, good.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Find a buyer for my Harley yet?
No, but several people are putting it out there, so hopefully.
I'll
Okay.
take less than that.
Look,
That
it's
sounds
people,
good.
that's a really low price.
You too.
Surprised.
Oh,
That's
never
something that- That is,
I realize
it's just because it's like middle price range and someone has enough cash and they're low, that's a really price.
Why?
I don't-
It's that back tire.
Maybe they've already got them elevated enough.
Last year, I think, year before. Over there, oh, yeah.
Oh,
I used to ride a lot in late 80s, early 90s.
Back in the good old days. You didn't drink that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Well, I had to take his point and put a new battery on.
That one,
He took it anyway, so I assume he put a new battery on. Maybe he didn't end up putting a good one in, though.
There's
Your electrician too, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that one's dead.
stick the tongue on
I did.
it. That's how you knew it was dead. Yeah, I had an 81 white clyde then.
Hello.
81 white line. I bought it right home. In parts, got all back together. Wife wasn't too happy to see it in its original state, but after it got done, it was,
Big.
I gotta keep this and I think I'll just paint it the same color I had mine. I'd like to, if it was a dual disc white glider, I would just do that. But you can't,
You what?
you can't.
So I don't like riding on the interstate. Like the late drive, everybody's usually riding. We may just take what happened. Sometimes we say, okay, get to Council Bluffs. It's just so many semis, so many roads, lots of stuff, and then came in there as a shock. Look, I like a nice.
Yeah, that would be me. I would know way to take the interstate. Mr. Johnson, how are you?
Fine, Mr. Keenan.
Mr. Sheriff?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you up for the rest of the day or?
Pardon me?
You up for the rest of the day? You gonna keep us here for hours on end or?
I'll keep you here for a couple.
Can we have this meeting outside?
No.
Come on,
it's nice out there.
I usually take a nap around 3, so.
Sir, I'm hoping we're out of here by 3, long before 3.
I'm hoping you're right.
Yeah, I gotta leave. I'd like to leave no later than 4. I gotta be in Garnett at meeting at 5.
If we're here at 4 o'clock, there's a problem. You just go ahead and throw me out the door. We'll be fine.
Is Larry coming today, right?
Yeah, he's gonna be a little late. I need to bring up some executive sessions before he gets here.
Can you get that just today? Tom, while you're here, and I guess, I don't know how much we can call it, on your jail budget, it's up 11% on salaries. I'll need to, put an extra jailer, or,
Yeah, we hired an extra jailer. Yeah,
I'm sorry,
yeah, we hired an extra jailer.
that's what's creating.
Well, no, it's not only that, just from what, the previous sheriff had until I had the,
It's almost 12% above a year ago.
it's just things that need to be done there that, again, in 2 years, we might have to worry about it. But until then, just stuff's got to be fixed and stuff's
That's
got to
one
be
of
purchased.
the sheriff's deal, I mean, everything was all right, great on it, but I know it's the jail, it's 12%.
Yeah, just hiring extra people that we needed, and like I said, we had one guy that had shoulder surgery, another one had a gallbladder removed, and I needed help. I spoke to you about that. We hired an extra little bit cover and to make sure that the safety concerns were taken care of, but
I know you didn't have any increased projections on your ammunition.
sir, we're having a hard time finding it. It's hard to project that when you can't.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't projected for 2022. We have some purchase there, but, and again, we'd be tight if we didn't purchase it, another purchase come January. But, I wish I could buy some more right now and then in January, but trying to get somebody to tell you that they can guarantee its delivery date. Last place we called, they said, we won't have to take your money. We can't guarantee we're gonna get it. I said, okay, like what, we're talking 30 days or 6 months. Sir, you're not understanding. We cannot guarantee you when you're gonna deliver, So we're just still trying to make some phone calls and see what avenues we've got. If we order now, can we get it in January, for example?
What's your caliber? 9?
9mm and 223, yeah.
I think that shooting club down there at SCC, they run into a pallet of shotgun shells here a month and a half, but they bought the whole pallet.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know how many is on a pallet of shotgun shells, but
Be a bunch.
it'd be a
Quite a few.
if you've got the money, you better buy them now.
But they had that fundraiser down there.
Yeah.
They had a fundraiser down there, those young kids and three guys are smoking, they generated $21,000.
1 o'clock. We're back in session. Next on our agenda is Sheriff Johnson.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies. I'm on the agenda for the judicial center project. But Larry Goldberg called a little bit ago and says he's about 15 or 20 minutes late. And that works out fine for me because I'd like to go into executive session with the commissioners and Wade Bowie reference courtroom security, courthouse security. The 15 minutes.
I'll move. This is moved.
All second.
Jim seconded. We're going at 1:03 for 15 minutes. Do you wish to ad lib? Do you want to ad lib any of that, or we good?
I think we're good.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Last time I sat on my way back, I need to exercise.
I get quite a bit of exercise at home.
I got that explanation list from fire district on the admin. So we can, 3 hole punch doesn't pay the bills.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. There was another one, okay, extra.
Oh, and then when I looked at it, it turned out to be the same as the wage increase, so
It was?
general extra looked like it had the same numbers on it as wage increases, after I was looking at that.
Oh, I probably reworded it for you and.
And then, so I stuck it in the back, and then as I was looking, I was like, okay, wait, those match. And then they did talk to Tom, so they got that question answered. Oh, and Bob's question was on the Eastern Kansas Council of Aging, like, can they be their own, so that they can get paid directly to them?
I gotta check on that. And it's gonna 3 hole punch in real quick.
Okay, I was just kidding.
Or if you do that, we can just.
Have it to there, so they can see it, and yeah, have it to there. So when I change it, please,
You can always give them later.
yeah, I'll come do that afterwards, at least that way they'll see.
Yeah.
Did you already take one?
I should have one, sure. Yeah.
The paper, Don, Angie got the information for the fire district budget, so I just set everybody on top, you know, that.
It consists of more than just wages on that. And then the, full comp was just. He said they hadn't had an accident, but.
That's a big increase.
Yeah, it is.
Who's working on it?
I think
How long has it been the trust fund? First time I updated it out, note that every so many years. We're there. I think we're there now. Yes, we're there now.
Yes.
So if you guys get there today, you still have next Monday to continue.
And which Tom will be gone. We got until then.
The auditor's gonna be here the 26th.
Do we have a Wednesday? We
We
don't
could
have.
do it Wednesday. We've done that before Tuesday.
Are you here? Okay, see you in a few minutes.
Can't you get somebody to give him the police escort?
He's indisposed right now. Upstairs.
If you want to.
No escort.
We could do that work session Wednesday this week.
We're not gonna have a Wednesday before it's due, though. A Wednesday signing document.
My Thursday.
Well, we're about halfway through.
Well, I think should go pretty easy.
See how long it takes today, see what time everybody go, you think? You really get? Comes to court, district court close.
Oh, we need to sign that one, no, it's got a place for the chairman.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been in contact with the sheriff over. Oh, I don't think it'll go. I don't know what else. Oh, yeah. Talk for a few minutes. We're ready?
Yeah, we're back.
I'll talk about a couple of things before Larry gets here. It's still over in jail, so. Again, good afternoon. Just want to let you know that I've got 6 farmed out. We were full last week, and the weekend coming up tonight, got some people out of our facility. Not only did I need some space in case we brought somebody in, we've got a water leak between 2 cells. It's in the wall and in the concrete block. We are daily shot backing water out of the chases. It's just something that, again, antiquated parts, we can't get parts. They're trying to find parts to fix the water system in there, to flush the toilets, to get the showers going. And we just felt that instead of going in and turning the water on, so we would take showers and vacuuming water out for an hour at a time, we would just eliminate that issue before a concern came up and somebody wanted to sue us because they didn't have water all the time. So I took 2 to Elk County and took 4 to Allen County. So minimum of both, so we'd have some room available. Again, we're still waiting on, we've contacted every plumber in the 4-state area, it seems like, to try to find us parts. And they're just saying they're trying to find them. But in the meantime, I've got one cell completely shut down, and we've got another one that's probably going to get shut down, which is the adjoining cell that has the chase together, that's running water. So just let you know, just one of those issues we've been dealing with for a while, but it's gotten worse. The water just keeps running all over the place. So to keep it from running underneath the walls into the cells, we just been shot back it out. This is the point now we just shut the water down between those 2 cells. So that's just something going on right now that we're having to deal with. So, other than that, looks like Mr. Goldberg's here, and can you pass those out for you?
Okay, this is the Justice Center. This is the Treatment Center.
These all kinds of information.
Yep. You're right on. Go ahead and scoop it and pass that stuff to you.
Thank you.
Was you doing it because you was a good boy, or?
No, because I let you guys try.
How you doing, Larry?
After I clean the eraser.
That way you can keep it on.
Yeah. After I clean the eraser.
Yeah.
See, you described it on.
Yes, sir. How are you doing? Safe trip in, right?
How you doing?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm fine. One of these?
Yep. Well, not for first.
I'm sorry?
Ready when you are.
Go for it, buddy.
I promised you all that by the time we reached 500 pounds of paper, we would stick a shovel in the ground. And we're getting there. We're on draft number 10 of the Justice Center pro forma you should have in your hands. And we're on draft number 2 of the Treatment Center, which will give you some interesting thoughts about future utility of this project moving forward. I want you to know tomorrow I'm meeting with Advanced Correctional and Freedom Behavioral Health, and we're going to drill down a little deeper into the staffing and operational side of this treatment center. So I expect that I'll have a draft number 3 for your consideration. But that's not really what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the Justice Center. You should also have in your hands a set of drawings. And let's start there. The first thing you have is a generic site plan that has all the pieces. In other words, it has space for expansion in the future. It actually shows the 2 areas of expansion that we may want to contemplate. Housing expansion, as well as treatment and mental illness expansion on the other side. But I rotated the building so that the front, or the phase 1 of the Justice Center, would face the front, which runs along here potentially, although depending on whatever site you'll choose, it can be rotated and flipped. But the pieces are there. You've got staff parking, you've got treatment center parking, you've got the public parking for the Justice Center. In the lower right-hand corner, you've got staff parking for the judicial staff. You've got the sheriff's outbuilding, which I'm showing as a 3,000 square foot pre-engineered simple metal building. And then behind that, the possibility of putting an impound lot. And these are all things that Tom and his staff and I have discussed. It doesn't mean they're all going to be put in or put in right away. But what I'm trying to do is show a minimum size parcel that would address the 2 or 3 phases that this project might see realized. The fact is, it comes out, when everything's said and done, about 645 feet roughly by 640 feet. And that comes out to be about 9.47 or 9.5 acres. All right.
Anybody's, about where they're talking about, I didn't know if you noticed in our books, we got our weekly books, there's a aerial view of the site.
So 1 and 2, yeah.
Yes. Well,
That picture was in there last week.
yeah, I didn't know if anybody saw that or not.
Yeah.
That being said about the property, we still aren't publicly talking about the property just due to concerns, but I do have an option to purchase property that we talked to Wade about. It's $100 fee that we would pay the person that owns this property for them to basically hold that option for us for 12 months until we could get this to a vote of the citizens. And if that passes, then we would go through ahead with possible purchase. But this would just hold that purchase for us for $100 until this
For
12 months, yeah. So that has been given to this entity. And of course, they will look at it, have their attorneys look at it or whatever, and they're supposed to get back with me in a couple of weeks. But that has been given to this other entity.
Good. Sorry, Larry, I just want to make sure they knew.
It's all right, which is why I didn't show that specific property as part of the record.
I see, okay.
Okay, let's go to the next sheet. You were also kind enough to approve 3 preliminary test borings on the property. The reason being, there's 3 reasons why we no longer contemplate recommending or having our clients purchase property unless we've done a little bit of geotechnical. And simply because the consequences for adverse conditions can be so severe. We did it, for instance, in Lynn County, and we still hit rock and still had to scrap their whole basement plan and redesign the thing. This property is being offered on an as-is basis, which means there has been no environmental assessment. And as far as we know, it's only been used for agricultural purposes. But 80 years ago, if there was a rendering building or storage building or something, we just want to be sure, because again, the consequences are so expensive and so detrimental to the progress. And you were kind enough to accept my recommendation. And that will tell us 3 things. One is it will tell us, does the soil have the capacity for spread footings or something greater required, such as some piers or something, we need to know that, and so do you. Number two is, are we gonna hit rock? And number three is, if there is a trace of contamination, you know, whether it's a layer of pesticides or whether a varnish from a furniture plant, I mean, I've run into all this kind of stuff over the years. And if there's none, then we'll know it and go on, and if there is, then I'm gonna be back in front of you asking for at least a level 1 environmental assessment, but hopefully that won't be the case. But those are the three things we just are reluctant to move forward without doing, and I appreciate your understanding my recommendation. On the proviso that there is nothing that adversely affects our putting a basement in, basically what happened, and Tom can speak to this too, we had everything squeezed into one floor. And the problem is, especially with a EOC, an Emergency Operations Center, you're just better off putting that, your squad stuff, your training facilities, your air separation, all of that below ground. If God forbid something would ever happen with the nuclear plant or a host of other disasters. And so we made the determination with Tom's supports to push this thing to a partial basement, and I just can't tell you what that did for the plant. It made the ground floor slightly smaller, and we moved some of it, and we're going to show you. But it also gave us the option of just some dumb, simple storage space. And the last I knew, I never had a board of commissioners or a sheriff yell at me for giving them too much storage. And that becomes a possibility here. I also want to point out these corridors right here and right here serve multiple purposes aside for staff access. You're going to see what happens and how we take advantage of it. Now, all of this stuff is not carved in stone. If this passes on the 2nd of November, we've got our work cut out for us, certainly with the judges, with every agency that'll take part in this, but all the pieces are here and it works. Okay. All right. It also, incidentally, the shaded portion right here, I'm suggesting we include as a shell. It can be a program space for phase 1, but it'll have utilities capped off, flush with the floor, and we can then slide in 8 more modular steel cells to give you an additional 16 beds without having to resort to wholesale expansion of the facility should you ever need some incremental expansion. All right. If you go to the next page, here is your basement. You've got dispatch offices, your forensic or evidence lab, evidence storage. You've got the 3 vaults. I like to have 3 vaults aside from evidence storage, one for cash and jewelry, one for weapons and ammo, and one for drugs. And the one for drugs is particularly critical so that it's kept under some pretty strong negative pressure so that, God forbid, you can never have fentanyl or other things seeping into your ventilation system. You've got a kitchenette, your emergency operations center, offices off of that. You've got your staff exercise and restrooms and lockers. And I don't have to tell you that this whole thing can be closed off and buttoned up in the event of a disaster of an airborne nature. You've also got a maintenance office, maintenance storage there, and building supply storage right off of that. Okay, next page. There's method to this madness. Because then this becomes your treatment facility for your mental illness and so forth. Should Coffee County so decide. And it's on the laundry and kitchen side of the facility. It takes advantage of the vehicle selling port, so especially in inclement weather, somebody could pull in, they could deposit an arrestee toward the jail, or somebody requiring mental illness screening or whatever in the other side. And the idea, commissioners, is that a person who is contemplating, or for whom the courts may be contemplating an involuntary commitment, but they have not been arrested for a crime, but nonetheless may represent a danger to themselves or those around them. They go in one direction and they don't pass through the jail. Now, that being the case, there's going to be overlap, laundry and kitchen being part of it, and we're going to see in the numbers that we think there will be a savings of about 30% in terms of medical staff and treatment of having both of them co-allocated. But all that's for the future, but it needs to be planned for. Okay? The next piece is housing expansion. I certainly don't think this will happen in our lifetimes, but it is amazing how you can not plan for it and a community will wish somebody had. Okay. And then the next few are just schematic elevations to show several things. And I'm sorry about the color. That's part of the reason I was a few minutes late. We were having trouble with our plotter, trying to get the color. You can see how murky this is. But it does hopefully serve to illustrate a couple things. One is, hopefully to your eye, it doesn't look like a jail. That it looks more like an office building. This being the Justice Center front. And then the side is Tom's entrance. And so forth. The other issue is you'll notice I actually have no materials shown. I'm not showing brick, block, insulated metal panels. And the reason being, as I've explained, I have no idea what anything's going to cost in 6 or 8 months. It's hard to know what anything's costing right now. And so it's a simple building. It's not ornate. We can look at cost analysis on a variety of things. Brick, jumbo brick, blocks, split face, insulated metal panels, anything that we want to look at from a cost analysis standpoint, we can do so. And a bunch of these combinations will work and look handsome. I just can't tell you right now. Centria, for instance, which is our go-to insulated metal panel supplier, they have 3 plants, 1 in Pennsylvania, 2 in Ohio. Both of the plants in Ohio have been shuttered, and after the pandemic, I know one of them, they had 380 workers. They called the 380 workers back to their jobs. They got 14 people back. You know, this kind of thing. Make sure.
Too easy to stay at home.
That's exactly right. So we're doing Woodbury County, Sioux City right now, and we've got Centria panels, and I don't know how they're gonna get to it. And, so the point is bear with me if this thing passes, then we'll get serious about the exterior materials, but right now, your guess is as good as mine. But the windows, the seal, our contemplated stone, on the accent portions, for the Hanson, I'd love to do brick, other portions, because these buildings are expected to last 50, 60, 70 years, and it's hard to beat Mason for that kind of. All right, questions about the drawings?
Sounds like there's been a lot of work going into the projected project already.
I was glad I went to Iowa to check out the design of some of this, because the cells, I mean, I guess I really didn't realize at the time that they're just basically metal structures inside of the structure, so it really, you could have a 2x4 with a 10 on the outside, and you wouldn't have any concerns about escaped prisoners or anything like that, so. I was impressed with that part of it. And that and around, if you look around the outer side, there's basically chases for your plumbing and your electrical, where easy to access, easy to maintain, all the way around it, all the way around it.
Yeah, what Tom's talking about is this 5-foot chase, and tell them the rest, that when we bid Lynn County, you guys may have heard about it, we bid and rebid that project 4 times, primarily because we literally could not get an electrical bid. And electrical's a huge part of these projects, as you can imagine. I don't know, 30, 40 miles of wiring, when you consider low voltage stuff too. We couldn't get a bid. And so we weren't over budget, we weren't under budget, we were no budget. It took 4 bids, and what we realized was the shortage in skilled labor was killing us, especially on complex stuff like this, hospitals, what have you. And so what we did is, we were at Baker, and they were doing, they had a whole line of sleds with centrifugal pumps, a panel, and a control panel and so forth. And I'm looking at these things and I'm thinking, why are they doing that and we're not doing that? So we started what became 18 months of investigation, and you're going to see this at Lynn County. It is the first job on the planet where it's modular rear chase steel cells with modular rear chase mechanical, electrical, and plumbing packages being attached to the back, where all you then have to do is hook up one to the next. And whether it saves money or not, I don't know. I think it will save time, but what it will save is workmanship, and that's critical to us and critical need for a building like this. But the idea, we did a jail in Georgia, and the dummies ran copper in front of the cell windows, copper lines. And the sheriff called me up and he said, "Is there anything in your spec that prohibits this?" And I said, "Neil, why would I put something in my spec that damn dumb?" And he said, "Well, get your bottom down here and take a look." And they had run 4 lines in front of the cell window that I then made that drop. It's just, if you think construction is the same as it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, I ask that you reconsider that opinion, because it's not. The average age on an American construction site is 57 years old. All right, enough of that.
Is your Lynn project finished?
No, sir, it's under construction.
Didn't you say Osage was doing 100 and some bed? So
Yeah, 140 bed.
140 bed. in
Which one?
Osage County.
Osage County is
Yeah, I mean, I think, am I correct, Mr. Johnson, Chase County, they just recently built a very large facility that's doing a
A
certain,
couple of years ago.
yeah,
How many beds in Lynn County? Supposed to be?
96. Now, for you all, your needs assessment suggests 76 and 78, I've got 80. Not including the additional 16, which you can capture sometime in the future. All right. If we look at my latest performance, I have got a property acquisition cost in there. It is what we have been advised will take. It is not a large number in the order of events, but it's in there. The numbers have been updated to reflect the main level, the basement. They're the hard construction numbers, and then for number 2, category number 3 of the soft project costs. I can only tell you that the last time we did a Justice Center very similar to this was in Woodbury, and it was the hard construction costs came in at $470 a square foot. Knock yourself out, that's what it costs. If you add your soft costs to it, whether it's fees, contingency, FF&E, or whatever, which we normally estimated somewhere around an additional 18 to 20%, it takes your total project costs up to $540, $550. I never thought we'd be talking about figures like this. I can tell you that when we did Cherokee County, Kansas in 2000, it was the first jail I had done. It busted $200 a foot, and I thought we were all gonna go broke. But it is what it is. So we are between 24 and 25 million for this phase 1 project that I'm in front of you requesting your approval. If we can save money, we will.
And that's not including any of the treatment center.
No, sir. Now, if you end up with a break even on the Justice Center, if you go to the treatment center, and you all look at these at your leisure, your treatment center potentially will net close to $1 million a year. Okay. If you combine it with your Justice Center so that you have savings in staffing and operation, it will throw off 300,000 a year in net profit, as well as eliminate the additional allocations we would request for the Justice Center alone. In other words, it would contribute $500,000 to replenish your reserve fund over time. But the feeling is for us to go to the community and request their approval. Let's stick to the Justice Center portion of the project so badly needed. We can certainly talk about the treatment center as a phase 2. Or something that can be done a little further down the road.
Whenever you're done with your presentation, Mayor, I'd like to talk to, so. Not rushing me. You are done?
Yes,
Do you have a question, Tim?
Yeah, what was Lynn County's final?
cost, about 21 million. They're the same amount of bids. But costs have continued to escalate.
Right, I understand it. You're only looking, I mean, you say you're only looking at $5 million difference. Or less.
Is it including a treatment center and housing addition?
Does theirs?
Does theirs?
No.
Okay.
No.
So it's basically,
No, it's more their site won't allow it.
so it's basically just what this one first sheet showed.
Correct.
Yeah, but did that include that tunnel they had to do? Before that, or is that Miami County?
I don't think they've done a tunnel, are they?
No,
Did
no,
you
that-
do Miami County's payroll?
We did.
Yes.
We were there 4 years ago at a conference, all the commission was at that. And they did tours of that deal. And the first, they did it in 2 splits. But the first half took so much longer than what they ever expected because of the people and I was on the second group, so I never got to tour the jail facility. But we were in that structure 4 years ago. And it's a complete facility. I mean, it's even more than this. It's a complete courthouse, I think.
Sorry, I got the.
I think they spent 20 million on
Now, interestingly, the project itself came out about 90 beds, about 17 million, even with the historical exterior on
it.
it.
I mean, there's a lot more stuff.
The tunnel cost about 600,000. But the thing that no one realizes, the commissioners had the opportunity to buy several parcels around the courthouse of the administration, and we restructured them to add parking, which they so badly needed in downtown Paola. So, all right, I'm not going anywhere, so here's Tom, and I'll be around for questions.
So just a couple of things that Larry spoke about that I'll expound on. One of them is this negative pressure system. So if you don't know what that in develops, I guess what it is, come down to the annex right now. You step into the annex and you smell marijuana in every room and every hallway because it's just evidence rooms that you've got stuff locked in. That negative pressure takes away all that stuff. If you put OC into a cell, if you're trying to quiet somebody down and take them in control, that negative pressure keeps that from going through the entire prison, through the entire courthouse. So the partial basement we talked about, one of the things that we're sitting there talking to Larry on one of these work sessions, and we're saying, how can we cut down the costs? And Eric and I sat down, and Tom at one point, Wade, and said, you know, why do we have to have that big a basement? If we run into some rock or whatever, we can all do it in one level. But it sure would be nice to have the EOC and our dispatching center downstairs in a secure environment in case of the disaster or Wolf Creek issue. So we cut out that entire basement and just make a partial basement, try to save some money. One of the things that we have already set up on Thursday evening at 7 p.m., we will have a judicial center task force meeting, I guess is what I'm calling it at this point. I've assembled members from every city in the county, and they will be showing up at the Burlington Library, and anyone is welcome to attend. Wants to attend, it will be a session where I'm going to explain all this to the taxpayers. We're going to have PowerPoint set up with what our jail currently looks like, what other jails look like that we've been to and assessed, and what some of the things that we'll have in our facility, because it's time that we need to take this to the taxpayers. It's time that it comes out so they can, if we take this to a vote in November, we need to get this out to the public and get their support. And the only way to do that is to be transparent, show them what we're wanting, and show them why we're wanting it. So that being said, that is we're up to date on what we're doing. The last issue is why we're not wanting currently a mental health center attached to this project. And it's not that I don't want that. Right now, there is no way the state of Kansas is going to allow us to have a mental health facility because they don't have the regulations for them. State of Kansas has not even wrote the regulations. Lindsay and I have been involved in this mental health board. Lindsay, Tom, all with us to Iowa to talk to behavioral health. And we've spoken to the state, and they're saying they're not even issuing any mental health facilities qualifications until they get regs built. And we asked, Lindsay did. So are we talking weeks, months, years? And they said at least months. So we didn't feel, after going to Iowa to meet with all these folks, that we were ready yet to push this mental health portion out yet. We're just not ready. Is it a needed facility here? I believe so. And I believe the taxpayers believe so already. But we are not yet ready to get everything together to put this out. And I'll be totally truthful. I felt that it might be a detriment to me to get this judicial center built if I'm trying to throw on things that I can't justify. And I can't justify when we can't even have a facility yet. State's saying they won't certify us. So I'm at the point now, and Larry and Wade and all Larry's staff, we're at the point now to where we need the commission to give us permission to carry on with this and do what needs to be done to get it on the November ballot.
When's this meeting in Burlington Library?
Thursday at 7 p.m.
What date?
This Thursday at 7 p.m. We're gonna have one in every town.
15th. If you got the other towns, dates set?
I just set this in Burlington. I'll be more than happy to come up to the commission and tell them the other dates that we're gonna do it so the public can see it on virtual. But it will be in the newspaper. We want to get all this together where we can get it out in the newspapers. We have in the process of starting a Facebook page to get it out where people can make comments there. And we want to get it out to the public. But we're at the point now that we're ready to move forward if the county commission is ready to move forward.
All the information that I've received, talking with Mr. Johnson, Eric, and everyone else involved, it's necessary. I mean, you heard him earlier where he's dealing with water problems now. I mean, it's 1984 when that thing was built and they started staffing it. I mean, it was probably pretty close to top notch then, but rules have changed. Everybody knows how the rules have changed for everyone since 1984. So I'm for it. Let's send it out. Not to mention when you mentioned or talked about the operating costs, what he's got to deal with now, And granted, yeah, it's 25 million, is a lot of money, but in the end, the operating cost will not be what it is today.
To me, officer safety and jailer safety.
That'd be the other one. Well, actually, that'd be number one priority.
Liability and lawsuits is what we're gonna say.
Yeah.
So write a check, whichever you want to do. I mean, it's time that we do something.
Yeah, you're gonna write a check eventually. I'm for it.
I'm for it.
Do we need to vote to move ahead with this, or just a consensus?
Having a vote is always
Yeah.
the best thing. It's memorialized, and if somebody wants to.
It
go back-
sends a stronger message.
Well, then I'll make a motion that we put this on the November ballot. And let the taxpayers decide.
I'll second that.
I guess that'd be a good way to word that, or not?
Might want to be a little more specific.
Let Wade write the specifics.
I'm a man of few words usually, so.
Do you want to include in the resolution, approximately 38,000 square foot, 80-bed justice center with sheriff's department, court services, prosecutor, and other facilities necessary to the safe and secure operation of the proposed project?
Yeah, what he said.
So we need to probably,
So I'll make a motion that,
well, we need to get our heads together, make sure the writing, the wording is right, so we don't miss something.
Okay.
So,
These other guys said it for it, and I'll say this. I pushed for a justice system before any of these other guys was even on the commission, and I'm still pushing for it. So I'm glad to see that something's finally getting done.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your support. Appreciate all your support. So I guess we'll get together. Do we have permission to move forward?
I thought we were gonna make a motion for you to move forward, but if we don't have to make a motion, it's fine. But, well, I think we're worried about terminology and wording and verbiage.
I mean, I understand there's a 5-0 blessing to move forward, but now it needs to be put in writing so that it can be voted on, but I think that's what you're asking.
Verbiage for the for what's gonna go on the ballot is what. So if we can get together with Wade and you can bring that back up whenever we get together. Is that okay?
I know what you're saying. Okay, yeah, that'll work. That'll work.
Okay.
Proceed, Sheriff Johnson.
Don, I had my staff bring down my budget request on your question. One of the things that has never been purchased that I want to purchase next year is I want to purchase step vests for the jailers. They've never had any type of body armor. And in today's world, I want to get them body armor. And part of that money, I hope can be purchased and offset with the Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program, which is what I've applied for this year to pay for half of our vests. But that along with some extra cameras to go in our transport van, we don't have, but we feel is a liability and necessary. That's the big cost increase, was those vests and cameras.
Yeah, the capital expenditures, I really didn't have a question on that. Don't got a question on from the jail. Salary is up 12% over a year ago. That's the only question I had.
That's
The
just,
sheriff's department looks to me like it's fine.
that's just an extra staff.
It's just his staff, and that's where it's gonna be.
Yep. Anything else, gentlemen, ladies?
Not for me.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
We'll be in touch.
Let's get on going.
Yep.
So we never did vote on my motion, so I'm assuming that'll have.
Are we gonna let them put that together and get back to us before we leave today?
Oh, I doubt it'll be today, Will.
So your motion died for lack of.
Yeah. let me-
We have a second.
You could probably have a general
Oh,
motion
yeah,
just to move.
We have a second.
I would suggest having a general motion because if you want to go back and look back in time and figure out when something happened, if it's not recorded, then how do you know? If somebody may write it down on their calendar, then it may be there, but if it's in the minutes, then it's memorialized, and that's key. So a general motion to basically say that the request to move forward with the Pocket County Justice Center project has been approved or blessed by the board. That way we have sort of a mechanism that starts the conversation, and then you have the vote. That it's whatever, however you're gonna vote, I would assume based on the comments, 5-0. But, and then that the particulars regarding square footage and what it's going to encompass will be in a later motion.
So I'll make the motion to have Sheriff Johnson move forward with the judicial system as
Judicial
proposed.
Center project.
Judicial Center project as proposed.
And maybe say as proposed in the initial draft presented to the board dated 7/9/2021.
Mine says 7/8/2021.
He was looking at the actual map.
Oh, the drawings do say 7/9.
Draft 10.
The draft in charts A through D, dated 7/8 and 7/9/2021.
You know that, Ange?
What are the charts number?
Charts A through D, dated 7/8/2021. And then the overall drawing, draft drawing, dated 7/9.
You want us to read that back?
Sure.
Just so we can hear how it's worded now for. Make sure it meets everybody's approval.
Okay, move to authorize Sheriff Johnson to move forward on the Coffee County Judicial Center project as proposed in the initial draft presented to the board with charts A through D dated 7/8/2021 and the overall drawing dated 7/9/2021.
I'll make that motion.
All second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thanks. Sorry, I gotta go back to work now.
You work? I always gotta give Johnson static. That's what you're supposed to do.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you for coming down. So we can go back to the round table. Or do you guys want to work on the budget or not? Some of you have to get someplace today, so.
I'd kind of like to get out here before 4 o'clock, but, or at least no less 14.
When do we have the budget done?
You're at 14. You have to be here by yourself.
I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
No, I won't be here on the
By yourself.
26th. So I'll have to get the numbers input and sent to him so he can have everything ready to go on the 26th.
We won't have time to have another one.
No, we better go through some more.
Yeah.
I need a couple of minutes.
Can we take a quick break?
Sure.
Yeah. Very, very good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think I've worked on something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. Kara had already come in on.
I'm sorry?
Kara had already come in on.
She's already presented hers,
Yeah,
and we did not object to anything.
yeah,
We made a few corrections when she was here.
yeah, she had
So
some numbers.
as far as I'm concerned, it's approved.
Yeah,
Nobody objected.
Back from break.
Well, I just want to throw out, over lunch, I talked to Leslie Rockers, who is the person in charge of East Central Area Agency on Aging, and I asked her if there would be a problem, the way we would change that. She said she would appreciate it, because she's been trying to work with all other counties, trying to get that to happen too.
Okay.
Because some of their dealings are not always working out very well for them. Sometimes they don't get the money the way they.
Okay, well then.
And then that way, next year, then they finish it, but next year you will have to come in for the budget proposal for that part of it. But we still send it to her this year.
Okay.
So next year,
This year, and then.
next year, it's her responsibility to come in.
Okay, all right, good enough.
She said it would be great.
There was a question earlier about why technology had an IT.
But we got two different pages. To me, they're all one department. One of them's technology capital outlay, and the other one's, personnel services. To me, you probably ought to be joined, But then someone made a comment that we asked for it to be separated a year ago, or 2 years ago, I don't remember.
No, it's been separated for many,
Okay,
many years.
all right. I just asked a question.
Yeah, I think it was separated, if I recall, because they took training, did other things like that, and then they also sometimes bought equipment for other departments, so I think that was separate from his actual budget on what he bought for, technology.
We may have discussed it last year, till I forgot.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's not always buying something for himself, it could be for the clerk, or it could be for the sheriff, or whoever, so.
And then there was one on another, extra funding from the general fund, and I think that was one that, it was exactly like the wage increases, but, I think I changed it so it would be more clear what it was, and I forgot to have Henry take the other one out, so.
So that was at 600,000?
Yeah, and that one in the back.
600.
So is the,
It's the same. as
is the extra the one
It's with,
we take out
take
then?
that one out, yeah. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna have to step away for a few minutes, but I did want to bring to your attention, if you can turn to tab 39. So we've never had a maintenance department before, so it's always, everything's been put under courthouse general, so I thought you might want a clearer picture on how much has actually been spent on maintenance. Being that we pay other things out of courthouse general, so I kind of guesstimated on some of those numbers, but if we need to supplement anything to help with that maintenance department, we can always pull from courthouse general to carry it through, since it's all under the general fund, so. And that's all I had that I thought you might have a question about, so.
All right,
If you have anything, Denise, you can let her know, and I'll get back with you. So.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Coffee County Transportation Care was in a week or two ago, and pretty much proved everything she did. Let's go to the jail. And Johnson clarified that one.
Yeah, everything seems to be very well lined up. I would, the personnel calls. I look back last year, the jail had 3 vacant positions a year ago when they was putting that stuff together, so.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied with what Tom brought to the table,
Yeah, he hired an extra jailer.
because we did have 3 vacant positions last year that was open.
You not only had,
I'm
you
sorry.
got 3 vacant and then, and
Yeah, but even though they're vacant, they still project the salary.
Oh, they
They're
project the
never when they're
salary.
gonna fill it, but I think that's part of the reason for the little increase, Jesse. They still leave with salary.
all of them vacant.
How kind of late look, I just looked at it quick, it looks all right.
Yeah, not much has really changed there.
Don't we, it's 100,000, don't we get more than 100,000 reimbursement from Wood Creek?
What's it, 103 or 4? It goes up about 1.5%, 2% every year.
We still got it for
You
21.
mean from Wolf Creek?
Yeah.
We just got a check for 127,000.
How
They
much?
got it down as 100. So this
127?
this reimbursement, I think they're just putting it down as 100,000 because that's what it was for years.
Mhm.
And instead of what it would.
Would you say the last one was,
127,000?
I was thinking just a hair over 100.
Sorry, I've been to the dentist, I'm numb.
So that 100,000 reimbursement should probably be 127.
Yeah. If I remember right, the way they contract it goes up 1.5 or 2% every year. I didn't realize it's quite 127.
I thought it was 108, because I thought the check they sent wasn't a
That's what I
quarterly
thought,
payment of
100.
27,000?
What?
Wasn't that check of 27,000 because it was a quarterly payment? The one that I gave you?
Oh, maybe it was.
I think it was.
I think we only get 105 or 6 or 7.
That's what Andrew just said one way.
It's just
No,
a
it's
hair
over
over.
100.
Pardon?
Yeah,
No, it's over 100.
It's just a little over 100, a
108.
little over 100, I think. We should have just got that here last 2 weeks ago.
Andrew just said a quarterly check of 27,000 times 4 is 108, so.
That's about all I remember it was.
Whoever put this together just needs to put the other 8,000 in there, reimbursement. I assume. Other than that. Who is responsible for making sure that that happens? I mean, who relates to him to do that? Was it just, his reimbursements on the lake, it says 100,000 when it should be 108?
To make it that exact amount.
Yeah, so if he could just change that to make it 108, that'd be great. Thank you. Emergency management.
Everything looks good there.
Down the tick.
It was good.
The local emergency planning committee. That was pretty cut and dry. What exactly is that?
Local emergency, it's someone from every community, every different organization. There's about 30 different people involved in that.
What's the 3,000 for?
They do programs like, they have drills, do drills every once in a while.
Luncheons or what?
Staging of a disaster and different things like that. And those are just to take care of the expenses for them.
Public County Conservation District operations.
Now, in this one, I don't know if there are actually two separate ones. There's also a soil
Yes, there
conservation.
is. There is two separate ones.
Because when I requested the soil conservation, I got a duplicate of this, so there's not gonna be one under number 51. Where it should be soil conservation, so I don't have one for soil conservation.
There are actually two different budgets.
Okay, because yeah, I need to find a contact person for that thing, because we've got like 3 copies of the same one. I'll find it.
Who's the head of it?
Christie, she's usually the one who comes in and presents it. Volts.
Okay.
Vogel.
So we pay their salary?
Hmm?
We pay their salary because it says personal services. Who's drawing salary?
No. All we do is give them the county support money.
Oh, okay.
That's all we do.
All right, that's 48,000 is what the request is this year. This last year it was 91, 92.
Right.
The year before that was 0.
Yeah.
No, if you read the notes, they didn't request their funds in 2020, and they got 2020s and 2021s in 2021
Right.
Okay.
for 46,000 a year.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
We just requested 2,000 more.
Okay. Nice. Good with that then.
Well,
And Conservation District, cost share. Looks like it's remained the same as it has. That good with those?
Which one, y'all, RC?
Yeah, Lake Region.
See, there's no budget increase there.
No. I forget what that,
Well, it said right here, 2,000
2,000.
from Coffee County, yeah,
up there,
for the fiscal year 2022.
which I'm fine with. They do,
That's probably the same as what it has been, imagine.
I think so. They do some pretty nice stuff. Kansas Hunters feeding the hungry, I mean, the Rocket Bike program, both of those are pretty beneficial. Lake Region,
It says that they're requesting 4,600, that's the same as it's been for 3 years.
Okay.
So,
maybe changing that one then. Ag Department Fair Board.
that's been the same every year, but
Mhm.
here, well, 3 years ago, Bob, they came in and asked for an extra 10 or 15 for a building,
Well, but there's two different,
for a project.
I think there's two different, for the fair, there's two different deals too.
The next one is under 37.
It's under 37.
Yeah, for the building, that was a
And
different,
it, and
that
it's
was
the
a
same,
different deal.
it's the same.
This is just for the fair.
Yeah.
For the premiums of ribbons, all that stuff, that's all this one's for.
Then a year ago, they came in and asked for 8 or 10,000 for that chain link fence we put there diagonally across that to make it safer for participants. That was a special request a year ago.
HHW Department Agency. What's that one?
Which one?
HHW.
Number 36.
Household hazardous waste.
That don't get thrown down recycling.
Nope.
Don't look like anything's changed from last year, but up quite a bit from 2020.
Was that, is that for pills and everything?
That's right.
Is that for like leftover pills and?
No, that's actually,
Paint and
it's for paint and varnish. The appeals actually goes through the sheriff's.
Sheriff's
Department.
office, okay.
So this is paint, varnish.
That's recycling, and we got a dock out there, if you've got leftover cans of paint, instead of throwing it in the landfill cells, you can take it there and they get it disposed of,
Batteries and all those kind of things.
take about everything. But it's only for personal, not a business can't drop off stuff there. Huh? A business cannot drop stuff off their lot. Recycling.
It's about the same as what it has been. They've increased personnel services 10,000, they took 10 off contractual. You know, over a year, 2 years ago, their personnel services up 47,000. They had an employee out there, Bob, that you're aware of, or you know?
I don't know. Some of the same employees they've had for quite a while.
Over the 2 year period, it's up 47, but it's projected only 10 this year, which that'd be 6%.
But you gotta remember,
What?
this deal that we did where we gave everybody a step up and then gave everybody a raise on top of
You don't know
that
exactly where they all fell.
has increased every one of those personnel services.
Yes,
Also,
probably nothing wrong.
They haven't added any employees.
Fair building. Nothing changed there.
No. The Fair Association, there's not much change there. It's at 2,000 over a year ago. Under that tab 37, the Gulf County Fair Association, down there at the bottom, they got reimbursements in 20 of 62,000, in 21, almost 20, and in budget request 22, reimbursements got 115. Wonder what's making up that 115,000? Where's it even coming from?
We like their demo derbies and.
I wouldn't think it'd be fluctuate that much.
No, it wouldn't.
That's 100 grand over last year, or this year. County support's adequate. I mean, I'm not sure what the reimbursements is in that.
I'm not either.
It'd be an
And
order.
there's no breakdown.
Yeah, there's no explanation.
No,
The main thing is the county support's the same, and that's basically what we're concerned about.
yeah.
True, but it'd be,
Yeah.
As far as budgets.
Next time I catch Arden, I'll ask him.
because 1 year it was 62, and then last year it was 19.
Yep. And jump to 120.
115.
115.
That'd be kind of interesting to make it where it's coming from.
Well, they didn't have anything last year.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
They didn't have anything last year.
They
on
had
the
the
fair.
demolition derby.
That was it.
This
Fair
demolition
went off, everything was all good on
Yeah,
fair.
the biggest demolition derby they ever had, they had last year.
Yeah, they did.
That might have been what, because they didn't have the fair last year.
They didn't have a carnival or anything.
Didn't have.
And then the carnival, that's the one, that carnival, it's not very well attended either most of the time.
You got
I don't know how
So
they
they
make,
make $19,000 off the demolition derby then?
yeah,
Go ahead, so I bet you they did. It's like $10 a shot. The stands were packed and
They said.
Oh, yeah, that was gonna be the,
So much
that was
money.
gonna be the big super
so
spreader.
much
wasn't it?
money for people, yeah,
yeah.
for entries.
That's projected to be a big
Yeah,
issue. with
Coffee
fire.
County was bad because of the derby.
There was zero.
Is it only $10? I thought it was more like 15.
I bet
Oh, was
it's
it?
$15 a head to get in.
I don't remember, I don't know, I didn't.
I don't go to it, so.
With the COVID, there was zero cases linked to the
Right,
demolition derby.
exactly, yeah.
Good with that one then? No, catch Arden and see where
I'll
the
just catch Arden sometime.
revenue comes from.
That'd be 1,266 people.
Oh, I bet you was.
At $15 a
There
head.
was.
I bet there was at least that there.
It was packed. I think we only had the one in the state of Kansas.
Good time.
Fraser.
It's kind of interesting that she had two people leave last year, replaced them with one person. And the salary is still more, but I guess that goes back because of the way we kept giving them raises, so I guess that would make sense.
Well,
But the longevity is down because the one high dollar person been there forever left and not getting longevity.
Last time I talked to Connie, this is a year ago, because a year ago, we had for the 2019 actual was 477. 2020 budget 454. This last year was an increase of 90,000 in 21, and now another increase of 36,000. And if you look at the monthly expenditures on personnel costs, at the end of the year, she'll use about 80% of it. And I asked her, I'm just throwing out 80, might have been 75, might have been 80 something. And when I went and visited with Connie, she said, I'd like to have a big cushion there in case there's an emergency. I've always got to fall back on. But like I suggested to her, the commission's the emergency department.
That's why we have that.
And I'm not too sure. I'd like to have Connie come in maybe and review this, because that 579, see, that's an increase of 36,000. The actual for 2020 is 454. And see, for 2020, your budget request was 623. So it's really been reduced.
For 21, the budget was 543, great.
100,000 difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why that's what that 600,000 extra is for. is to-
Yeah, the Connie said she'd like to have
They would all like to.
like to have that cushion there, and I said, well, to me, we're the cushion. It's probably been a year and a half since I visited with her about that.
Next one, while we're on comment, the maintenance department, and that would be a new, kind of new one as well, I guess, to deal with.
Are those figures a year ago, were they underneath the clerks?
Under courthouse general.
I'm
where
sorry.
they-
Courthouse general.
Courthouse general?
How many people's in that? 3, 4?
Three.
Really?
Four.
I think the only two salaries she put under the maintenance were Barb and mine.
Yeah, there's only two.
Actually, maintenance, yeah.
There's
I was
two
thinking
in one area and 3 in another area.
Yeah, maintenance would be just bar.
They're just,
It
Yours
can't
under
be
there
just
too?
be a bar,
She said she-
because personnel services is 110,000.
the personnel service, I think, is, yeah.
I think she said she put my salary and Barb's under this, because then that would make sense with our longevity. That would be the two of our, so I think that just includes the two of us.
I'm sure transform sufficient. Of course, you don't know what you're gonna have contractual anyway.
Your salary is under maintenance.
She said she moved it under maintenance so that to have a more specific kind of look at what are considered maintenance expenses. So she moved mine under maintenance.
Is all of their maintenance, some of yours still underway?
Hers was never underway.
Hmm.
Hers was never underway.
But the position was,
There was
part of the position was.
20%, I think.
The 1/6, I think
So
was.
There's a portion, yeah.
So did that change then?
I think they said they were gonna wait on him to decide.
No, I thought she put mine all under maintenance when she did this. Like, I'll double check with Angie and see if there's still a.
As long as you get paid.
I'm good with that, yeah. But I'll check.
Well, I know where your name is, so you'll get paid.
Anybody have a question?
Connie, I've talked to you here a year and a half or 2 years ago, and I'm getting out just exactly, but, you know, the actual personnel services in 19 was 477. And the budget for 2020 was 623, but the actual only ended up at 454. And I know when I talked to you, you said, well, you always like to have some extra there in case there's an emergency. And I suggested, you know, the commission to me is I don't have all the answers.
Right.
But to me, the commission is the emergency in case there is an emergency.
Right. I know in 2020 I
So
had,
there's been a sizable adjustment down, but now this year we're back up. Projected budget for this year is 543. That's an increase of 90,000.
and that was because of the
6.5% that was already in the calculation. I just let it go, went back up because of that.
I think the 6 months,
The
And I can say-
6.5% that was in 3% for, I can't remember how it is, 3% is for, inflation, 3.5% for benefits or something.
yeah, but we're 90,000, we're almost 20%.
Right. But I was just going from 2021 to 2022, that's why it went up that difference. And I can take it back if I need to, but I know in 2020 I was short some positions and I combined a position, and so it really doesn't show a true year, I don't believe.
I forgot lost my train of thought. But the 21 budget, you know, is 90,000 over 20 actual. And like you said, you may have been short one person or something.
And I
But,
can take,
you know, we're here to make the emergency in case there is, so,
okay,
you know, I think
can I take
about
it back to what I've got for
Yeah.
2021?
the actual checks that we seen issued through June the 30th. I think your personnel cost was 40 or 41% of your budget. So the 21 budget is probably overstated.
I was just
39% or 40, so this 21 budget is probably still overstated quite a bit. If that's the case, then the 22 budget's over too. So if you don't mind, you
And I
might
just
check that and
and I'll come back and.
if you would today
Are you
or
gonna be here?
next week. It don't have to be done
Okay,
today.
you'll probably be next week, okay?
Okay,
Give me
that's
some
fine.
time to look at it all.
I think we probably need to adjust it down a little bit to get it compared to, get it somewhere close to where the actuals are.
That's fine, but you're okay with the contractual commodities and all that?
We need to look at them, yeah.
They've always been the same. I took
We
this
don't-
year's
They,
capital outlay
you know, they're
out.
basically,
Only you would know what you need for
Personnel.
contractual
Okay,
stuff.
I just
They
want to
look-
make sure
Yeah, we don't
before I,
have that.
they look good enough, Connie.
thank you.
Okay, we got questions answered on that, we got the maintenance kind of somewhat questioned, or Andrew's gonna check in on that, see where those salaries actually wound up. The janitor does have 3. Patty. Yep, 3, right?
Patty, Karen, and Charlie.
Yeah, Patty, Karen, Karen.
So we're gonna need more information on maintenance in.
Yeah, to see exactly where, it probably should just be Barb's salary, but it sounds like they combined Andrea's into some of that too, which makes sense.
It does.
So,
She's headed maintenance, so.
hello?
Stuck on the elevator?
Oh,
there they go.
Sound like a school bell.
Sounds like school. I hope we're
Last
not,
adjourned.
I hope we're not going back there.
Yeah, I don't want to.
That janitor deal looks all right, doesn't it?
Yes. Housing authorities next.
Everything looks good there for them. You know, the only difference there is Yolonda's got that $100,000 grant in there.
My 41 is Crosswinds.
You know, we had.
No, it wasn't Crosswinds that we were talking about, that was that Crosswinds?
Oh,
Yes.
that's when she was looking at the old, well, last year's book, so yeah, Housing Authority should
And
have
she
been 41. And Crosswinds will actually end up being 43, I believe, because we were gonna switch. And so Crosswinds will go in 43 under JT Mental Health.
Yeah, mine's Crosswinds under 43.
I got a COF under 43.
Yeah, I gotta see you
We did some last minute switching. 46 will end up being Crosswind or COF.
I got 46 in COF.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, 46 should be COS.
And 40,
And 43.
43.
Oh, it's in both places? No.
I have them both places.
Oh,
Are they identical?
they would be, yeah. 'Cause
Well, we're on Coffee County Housing Authority, that's what I'm on.
32 is where I'm at,
All right,
housing authority.
No, 41.
41.
The only thing I see difference there is $100,000 she's trying to get extra grant money.
Yeah.
The funds from the county is still gonna be the same.
Yeah.
Good there. My next one is the health department.
So is mine.
The health department doesn't have the
They don't have
budget request
budget
form.
request yet. Well, she got the request, but she doesn't show the last 2 years.
Well, I don't even have the report.
A detailed budget request,
I don't even have the form.
all the way back from 14.
14.
Yeah, I see that, but I mean.
Okay, I see
mean-
it, yeah.
I mean, how come she didn't have the one that everybody else uses?
I think when they submitted this, she said that she put it on the form that they always use, just for the end.
Well, I think we need that. I mean, why don't you just have the simple one that we look at, like everyone else?
Just like the rest of them, the wages are the only thing that's
Well, the budget on wages over and above a year ago is up 18,000, so that's only 3.5%.
Yeah.
Commodities has got a pretty good sized jump. But I'm sure they're probably working with more people too.
Yeah,
Pardon?
yeah.
I bet there were. The fourth page back, she has wrote down she just got a 3% increase, so it looks like the health department is fine.
Next for me is COF.
Pardon?
The next for me is COF.
I don't know how COF got I think that was one that got rearranged. 43 should be Crosswinds getting moved back to 43.
31.
And Crosswinds was that.
She says it should be Crosswinds.
Where do you want to see what?
Crosswinds is back.
COF will be 46. So I think somehow it ended up.
COF should be 46 the way it looks.
Okay.
So I might have put it twice in your book.
43 should be the JT mental health.
The 46 did not, historical.
Historical 45.
11 is Crosswinds.
Was Crosswinds, yeah. We'll move it to 46, I guess.
Okay, Andrew, JT mental health, what's that stand for?
I don't know, I've never
Well, that's what
seen,
goes in 43 and we don't have nothing for.
well, 43, she said the
Nine,
JT mental
seven.
health is actually Crosswind.
You got me so screwed up.
Well, that's Crosswinds from back on.
Right,
Registered a deed.
and that's why I left that one blank, 'cause I didn't know what JT mental health was, but she said that's Crosswinds.
Crosswinds is 6.
What page is that? Crosswinds 40,
43.
Mine's 41, but you guys are saying 43.
41.
Yours is 41.
Mine 41 was the Coffee County Housing.
It's
Yeah,
41 's
41 should be the
authority.
housing authority.
Well, I haven't found my housing authority yet.
So-
Well, yeah, yours might have been moved.
There it is.
43.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because then she said what was actually mental health will be,
We don't have
what I had in the
anything
back
like
as mental
43,
wellness, that was, I put all the way in the back of the book.
So we're moving Crosswinds.
to 43, that's what I'm assuming,
Yes.
that's what Andrew.
Where did it start out at?
7 or 11, somewhere in there, 7, 8, 9.
So.
I originally had, yeah, Crosswinds under number 11.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
mental
under
health.
number 11.
Move that to,
And number 11 is mental health. Now what's gonna fall in that territory?
Mental wellness, I had put mental wellness all the way in the back under the miscellaneous because I didn't know what that was, but she said that's what that number 11 is mental wellness.
I'll move it off my desk.
so mental wellness goes up to where,
Number 11.
I shouldn't have it down.
I got everything marked here, Tom, that we need to go back on.
hadn't we better discuss mental wellness? Because it went clear back to 11.
Got 300,000 in it, that's.
That's what they have been.
It's got the same numbers for it has.
They really didn't get much done because of COVID draft that came along.
It was supposed to be 11, right?
Mental
Mental
wellness,
wellness is 11.
So Crosswinds going into 43.
3. Yeah. Yeah, I've never heard Crosswinds called JTMS. I don't know what that stands for.
What?
I don't know what the JT stands for. Don was asking in mental, or in Crosswinds, and I don't know, because I've never heard it called that. Do you know what that stands?
COF was like 46.
Alright.
43 is correct.
I don't think I'm getting it. And there's already
There's
one.
already one that was like that.
So are you going back to mental wellness?
We approved.
So now which one are we on?
Crosswinds.
44 is the ambulance, we've already taken care of it when they were here before.
Alright.
And I've already got an initial on Crosswind staying the same, right? Crosswind staying the same? 99? Okay,
Alright,
so now we're on 44.
I'm back with us.
44 is,
The ambulance.
I'll spell ambulance first.
It's already been approved.
Yeah,
45.
it's only, on 45 on the museum, $18,000 increase on personnel services, and I'm not that familiar with it. That's 12 or 13% increase.
They're down on their capital outlay. Well, she was in here.
Yeah, she was in here a week or so ago.
Yeah, she had it broke out pretty good.
She is probably one of the most precise budgets.
I think it's in there.
We,
Yeah.
we probably went ahead and took care of that.
I think they did, yes. My memory serves.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest was insurance.
Yeah, because they've been doing a lot of,
Yeah.
they did a lot of updating their value
Yeah.
of stuff in there. So the insurance dues went up more.
We're good with the museum. Correct?
Yeah.
Next.
Where is the museum?
45.
45.
I have Coffee County Hospital not including ambulance.
Those few around there are probably all around the same, because we had to add a couple, so those few got changed a few times, so.
So now 46 is COA. That particular need of quite a surge.
Yes, they do.
And what they're asking for from us is minimal compared to their revenues. We're good with that?
Yeah.
Economic development.
Well, you got the payroll doubled over 21.
And last year, we went ahead and included, the salary in there just in case we got someone.
Yeah, that's double.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm saying last year we included it, so it wasn't like we cut it out totally.
I think he said this year he included, if the planning, with that restructuring, I think he included all that in this, if the restructuring affected his budget for planning and zoning. And I think that's where his double figures came from.
Well, that may be fun, but until it happens.
I thought we said just leave everything the way it was until something happens.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's where we need to,
Do we want him to come down?
I think
Well,
we
on
need
the
to,
total, we will make the changes when they're made.
we'll make an emergency deal.
We'll make it.
But the capital outlay,
Down.
look at capital outlay on the second page. I mean, I don't think we need, in my opinion, we shouldn't be setting that in there. Infrastructure,
800,000.
Infrastructure, residential, industries, 800. Land acquisitions, $1.6 million. There's about 4 million more in there.
What's the infrastructure residential? All of them.
Bobby's on his way.
He's got an extra 4.8 million.
Which I know we trying to accomplish, and I can appreciate
We
it.
need to we can make those calls as they come up.
Correct.
Andrea, before we approve all this stuff, you'll need to go back to the Council on Aging and change those and put one just for, because of the numbers that they requested are what we're gonna, way we're gonna do it, so.
Okay, to split like the southeast, you mean?
And make them an extra
Okay.
page for them.
While we're waiting on them, you want to skip to the hospital, not including ambulance?
48.
That's already approved.
Yeah, that is. Next would be library, general fund.
And we can't deny that one.
That's down.
No,
Well, on personnel services anyway, that's where I started. So.
overall, it's, support is not, it's not very much higher.
$39,000.
That's one of them we can't deny.
So I believe it's going back to 50 Bobby's here. Come on, Bob.
Are you swimming?
Sir?
Are you swimming?
A little bit. Good evening. It's almost summertime.
Yeah. Your payroll, is it pretty much doubled from last year?
Payroll includes the addition of a code inspection official, which you may have already addressed in another person's budget. You heard from Rhonda Gilbert about this.
Yeah, hers wasn't in there.
Okay.
It wasn't in there.
This also includes the salary of our existing planning coordinator, Ms. Heidi Harris.
Yeah, when we talked to Wayne about, when Wayne mentioned that, I think what we said was, we don't do anything different. If something happens, we will change it at that time.
Yes, sir.
That we will take care of that.
I understand kind of treat it as an emergency. It shouldn't be an emergency, but it should be a plan. But my thought is address it at the time it happens.
Because the salary for that person should already be in the overall budget.
In Wayne's? Yeah.
If it's in the overall budget, which is what we gotta look at, is the overall budget.
Right, and
If Bobby has it, economic development, well, we're accounting for it twice.
correct.
Yeah.
I mean, and if it does transpire, if you will, once space is available, whatever, then we can add to it at that time.
Yes, sir.
Or something different or whatever.
Yeah, the auditor gives us the flexibility to make those changes along the way.
That's good. I didn't realize that.
But the auditor or
Okay,
the state statute allowed, no, I'm not, I shouldn't say it, yes.
that would change your longevity too, right?
Yes, sir. We'll diminish back to the original amount.
Because then actually longevity only be Rhonda.
Yes, sir.
You might furnish a corrected copy.
And then you're planning for code services, that's something I know I've been pushing for. I don't know if we've actually approved that though, but we need to put it in his budget, which is probably wise to do so.
2 of our communities are ready to sign up on that and participate.
That was the deal we spoke of, to where cities would pay a portion of this
Person's salary.
Yeah. So, which hopefully would wind up being kind of, not really a break even deal.
I think one city has already hired their own though.
That's great.
Full time or just
For what they need,
part time?
for what they need, yeah. Hired for what they feel they need. I don't know about the hours are.
the cities I've run across are almost desperate for this.
I see a need for it. I don't know if we've actually sat down and made a motion or voted on it yet, so. I mean,
We've got the rules and regulations. We gotta have somebody out there enforcing those rules and regulations. Aren't worth the paper they're written.
Exactly, without enforcement.
You know, you always get, well, Bob did this or George did this over here, why can't I? You know, it's like,
Well,
I'm not for big government by no means, but
If you've got the resolution or the law, it's hard to enforce something without somebody actually.
to enforce it.
to be honest, I mean, I'm not sure the county actually has those. I mean, the county does not, I don't know if they're.
I've had good discussion with Wayne up to this point. He is on board, I believe, with adopting what's called Unicode, which allows, has the enforcement provisions that would be applicable to a county code services operator.
The county has the sanitation codes right now.
Yes, sir.
That's all they have.
Yes, sir.
So the code enforcement actually is more for cities because county has no codes other than sanitation.
Exactly right.
So you can't go out and tell you gotta pick that trash up.
But we could, as a county, adopt UBC code or property maintenance code, whatever you want to. And it's just a general, and it's that, almost that simple, if I remember correctly. Bob, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's about right.
I mean, all we gotta do is say, I make the motion to adopt UBC code. I think it's what, 2001 now? But
Yes, sir.
it hasn't been updated since 2001, if I remember. I mean, vote on it, roll, and then that person has something, a leg to stand on. Is that?
I don't even know what the UBC code is.
United Building Code,
United Building Code.
and also there is the United Property Maintenance Code book, and I think that came out.
Does that affect the cities?
Only
If the county adopts this, that doesn't affect the cities because we don't control the cities.
Yeah, yes, sir, you're correct. It's only participating cities who would have a joint participating agreement with the county.
But the city of Burlington does recognize UBC.
That's right. If we adopted, we would essentially have the same as they have.
City of
Wouldn't
Burlington
the cities adopt, if they want to, what we pass?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And let's just use Leroy, for instance. They would, their council would adopt a joint resolution to allow interlocal agreement with Coffee County to have Coffee County serve its code inspection needs. Whether it's nuisance abatement, building inspection, sanitation, those things.
You got money in the proposed budget.
So what does that do? Because right now, building, and all this is exempt for agriculture. Does that make them agriculture still exempt from all this other then?
For right now, yes, sir, until we revisit our regulations and planning and zoning and update those to merge everything to make it efficient.
I don't want to go out there and start telling a farmer he can't use a 35-foot extension cord instead of a 25-foot extension cord to run his grain elevator.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to be doing that.
I don't think it's gonna be quite that big. It'd be more like the guy building the farmer's new house, just to make sure he's getting it built right. Or the guy down the street from the farmer that's not taking care of his property correctly, or not having his cereal getting fenced, or whatever.
So what this is due to BYI people gonna build their own home.
I can give my opinion on that, but it is clearly under the direction of the commission. It is a much larger, broader effort to come, where the commission would have to look at all this, consider all this, answer questions like you just asked. I'm not at that point yet. I'm just at the point of trying to accommodate the budget. Also, I'm working with cities right now to get them on board, to get them to say, yes, we want this. And until planning and zoning comes under economic development, and I can come back to the commission to have these regs changed, policy adopted and ordinances adopted, worked away. It's gonna be a long process.
A long process.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think you can budget for a code enforcer when we don't even have one. You can't budget for something that we don't have.
We can always make it available.
Oh, yes, sir.
If the change is there,
Right.
if the demand is there, to my knowledge, we can always budget for
I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered before we
Go with
say,
that.
go with it.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not opposed to all of it, but I think there's some of it that needs questions answered before we.
Yes, sir.
One of those areas where we need a lot more discovery.
When you get any free time, you might work on that.
Yes, sir.
If you get,
Well, we can.
if you get any.
I can come to the commissioners, speak on it. Oh, it's after you get towards the end of the budget. Before we start tackling that.
but yeah, I'm for that code services. To what level? That's, you know,
Every community wants
it's
something
a
different.
large, broader conversation than what we're having now. I guess the only other questions they had was, in your capital outlay.
So being unfamiliar with how your budgeting process works, I'm still new.
I think we spoke here a while back that, if we did something, maybe we could pull it from community improvement reserve or something like that, you know, if something came up.
Yes, sir.
So I think what everybody else would like to see as well as I, let's just budget for the norm.
Yes, sir.
And then if we can do something outside the box, like you're working, like you're thinking, which I greatly approve of, then we'll pull from another resource to make that happen for you.
Yes, sir.
Very good. That sounds feasible.
Yes, sir.
Those, those three line items, total 4.8 million. Bits and pieces of it may happen along the way, may happen next year, maybe 5 years, maybe 10.
Yes.
But I think, we can provide the funds if the need is there at a later date, so.
Like I say, we've got capital improvement, we've got community improvement reserve.
$8 million capital improvement, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, we get something to transpire, and we'll pull it from that resource.
Yes, sir.
Instead of budgeting, because like Dawn said, it could be, maybe not be 2022, but it might be in 2023.
I see you've got 30,000 budgeted per year with.
Yes, sir.
From, it's 10,005 now, you go to 30.
Yes, sir.
And I know you talked this morning, kind of, you wanted to put somebody in place, but then again, my concern is you can't budget for people you don't have.
Well, that's true.
So what I'd like to see is you budget for what your office is today.
Yes, sir.
If something else comes up, we can take care of it.
Okay. All I need to hear.
You mentioned this morning on those I can't pronounce the word. Murals. About maybe some high school kids being involved and helping them out a little bit financially if it was a need. But we probably need to check with the insurance company. Just like at Merrill and Leroy, it's 20 feet in the air. I guarantee you, kids under 18 can't get on a ladder or a sky, I think. So we probably need to be a little cautious we ask these young kids to be doing.
Exactly right.
Then I'm sure you probably are aware of them.
Oh, yes, sir. One thing I really did on that this morning was for me to run across that right person, or any of you, who is interested in doing this, filling the shoes of Mr. Jim. Like I said, he's not going to be here forever, and looking forward to 10 years, 15 years from now. It would be good to have somebody in the community we could turn to just to keep what we got.
Maintain what we have.
Right.
What I would say, looking at your flight training scholarships, you only got 3,500 for next year.
Yes, sir.
You got 7 for this year.
Yes, sir.
We didn't do any this year, right?
Correct.
So should that next year's budget be the 7 instead of the 35? Because we said we were going to allow this year's kids to be able to do it next year, which would double it
Okay.
for next year.
I was in error just a minute ago, Bobby, when I said those 3 line items was 4.8 million. The bottom part of that is a reconciliation of the top 4. So technically it's on about 2.4, so
Yes, sir.
I apologize for that mistake. I was putting all 3 line items together.
And infrastructure, residential, industrial, what does that include? We got 800,000 for that.
That includes, extension of subdivision territory and where maybe I'll use our city, our city hub, our county seat has area in the county, unincorporated county area, where they may not choose to run their infrastructure. But an argument could be made, maybe they should. That money would be used to extend their infrastructure where they otherwise wouldn't, when there would be a large impact, such as 20 new homes being built, 25 new homes being built. I'm anticipating job growth. And the current climate right now, the city of Burlington may not choose to extend its infrastructure due to economic reasons. And I understand that. But when we land 25, 30 new jobs tomorrow, and a new development occurs in an unincorporated county area adjacent to the city, I believe we need to at least be prepared.
Okay, that goes back to, we did a project, new car dealership came in, and they needed money for infrastructure. The city said, no, we're not. So we actually put some, we took it out of community improvement, I don't know whether it was community improvement at that time, but we also have community improvement reserves. So if something like this happens, we do have the funds that are available for that. And in a way, we'll have to look, but see how this affects our mill levy, because it might hurt us more than not. So that money, we may want to just keep it in our community improvement reserve instead of budgeting for it.
Yes.
Here.
But what Bobby's talking about goes hand in hand to me with, Boros was down at MP Shields doing that tour. They're talking about their job growth and housing being a lack. So.
And I understand that, but I'm saying that money.
I know what you're saying. We still can pull it from wherever if we need it, Bob, I think. I think we all agree on that we've got funds sitting here.
I'm used to having to earmark everything, like by department. So, but I'm glad you operate the way you do. You don't have to transfer it. So.
Yeah. Well, you get projects that everybody's on board with, heck yeah, we'll, and like I say, we got it down the right path for me. So.
That moved down to land acquisition, 1.6 million.
That's under that same.
Yeah, those are 2 items need to stay, they need to stay zero.
Same principle.
Again, we appreciate you earmarking that, but that's what we're used to seeing.
You make something great happen, we'll earmark something probably.
That's why we have those reserves.
Yes, sir.
So it can happen.
Very good.
Yes,
And I really think without having something absolutely in concrete, the auditor's probably going, well, it stays at the level it is because he knows what we got available.
Yes, sir.
And that's just an assumption. I'm sure the auditor's he'd really like to see it stay the way it is.
Yes, sir.
You're probably gonna question this.
he'll, to me, Bobby, probably, and I talked to Phil this morning on another deal, and I didn't ask this question because I hadn't seen this yet. And I'm sure he's gonna, probably would question this because there's no concrete evidence behind it until something truly happened. And then we can make it happen.
Yes.
So if you'll read Justin.
I'll reach it, per your suggestions.
Awesome.
All good? Any other questions?
Thanks, Bobby.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next will be hospital, not including ambulance, that's already been done.
We've already done
I got
Library,
52,
that's done.
everything for up to 52, is that right?
No, I'm at just 48.
Well, I jumped way ahead, didn't
I'm at 49. Library, that's,
You said that was
that's
good.
got to stay. Yeah.
So 50 is department agency, I don't know what that
What department agency is it?
It came with the library, so I put it under that because it came all from what they sent, so I split it with their, since it wasn't
Is
under
this
what they.
their insurance or
It looks like that's what their employee benefits.
employee benefits?
No.
Coffee County, well, it's gonna be.
Where does those funds go to? Right now, we don't
Yeah.
have any idea where they go to.
That is, she says.
Yeah, I'm
that's
not sure they
certain library,
split those into two separate
But that's insurance.
categories as well, general funds and employee benefits. Or is it split like that last year too, it looked like?
Because it was 0 and 20, and then all of a sudden we went up to 189 for 2 years in a row. To me, we need to have an explanation on where. Because that evidently came from another department.
You said that's
No,
the,
that's wasn't that the hospital? I mean, wasn't that the library?
The library,
Benefits,
yep.
health?
Let's see what they put for last year.
that needs to stay over there at the library then?
Well, they were split last year too, between their general fund and their benefits.
Yeah, their benefits are always separate.
Oh, that's their benefits.
They're always separate.
We need to label top of that, then library.
Second page, is on 50.
Benefits program.
Last year, they were 189. So
51.
in 18, they were 195.
195,
Budgeted, 19 budget was 189, 20 budget was 189.
and that's the library.
That's library
Benefits.
employee benefits.
Because we need to get that labeled.
All right.
Department of Age, Department of Agency. That's that's the wages,
All right.
wages and benefits.
It's always
It's just benefits.
Just
Employee
It's just
benefits,
benefits.
retirement,
Okay.
health insurance. See nothing in 51.
I'm pretty good. I'm at 51.
51, I think, is the soil conservation, and I never got one for.
Okay.
So you said the contact for that is a Kristen
Christie
Vogel?
Vogel,
Okay. I'll get a
be the
hold
same place as the other one. She will come in and present both of them,
of
I believe.
Okay, 152 highway department. He's down to 2.
It's down about 4 or 5% on personnel. But there's one. There's one in 2019, the actual personnel cost was 2.063. In 2020, it was 2,111, and the budget for this year is 2.5 million. And that's the same situation that I had on my treasurer. Cushion was there. Do we need to have Wayne go back and make it where it's more accurate? Because it's definitely overstated.
I would say we did it one, we need to do it all.
I think so too. I think we need to have it corrected and make it as accurate as we possibly can. And I talked to Wayne here a year ago, and he wanted that extra funding there to be available. It has lower.
I would also make sure that he's got Heidi figured in here.
Got what in?
I would also make sure he has Heidi figured in here too.
I think Casper's is, Jesse, but that's
Supposed to have been.
it's an assumption too.
When he was,
Bobby was trying to figure it in. I wonder if they didn't talk, do the flip flop.
well, when he came in earlier in the year, he was talking about him retiring in the middle of next year, wanting to know how to do the budget. And we all said,
Just stay course.
just like you were.
Exactly the way you are.
So I'm gonna assume it's there, because especially if the number hasn't changed much, which it would not reflect. That personnel services does not reflect a major drop in wages. So I'm assuming it's there.
He's had some big retirements because longevity went down also. It shows you it was old-time people that had retired.
On the next one happens to be the special bridge. In 2019, the actual was 179. 2020, actual was 185, and the budget is 230. And this year jumps all the way to 260. So that needs to be brought down to where it's more accurate numbers. We've got a jump of this year projected to be 45,000 higher, and for 2022, it's another 30,000 higher.
And longevity went way up too for 22 on there.
Well, Wayne's unavailable to.
He'll be here Monday.
Okay.
Monday will be his day to be here.
You guys will have to freeze that one, which I don't have any problem with any of your questions.
So, I think we've all got the same objective in mind, and we need to get as much on a level playing field as we can.
So we'd be at 54, fire district number 1.
See what it looks pretty close to what it has been.
Huh?
54 should be the extension.
Well,
I have fire district.
in my book, it's a fire
Yeah,
district.
fire district.
It should be the extension.
We'll-
That one on there.
We'll take them as they come.
And our district should be under 57 based on
Yeah.
summary sheet.
If you want to move it, or we'll just take it as it falls.
And 57 is blank,
Well, I'm happy with taking it as. it
except
falls.
it doesn't
Instead
go
of trying
along,
to move them around.
it doesn't go along with this, and this.
I have a fire district in 57 too.
Yeah, that's where it should be.
57 is where the fire district's supposed to go. Based
So I
on
had it
this.
in 50.
What's in 57?
Maybe the extension office, I can
54
go,
is extension council.
And we don't have anything for that yet,
then
correct?
I'll go make copies of what I have then for the extension office.
You do have something for the extension? Great.
Yeah,
You have something for the
I do,
extension?
yeah,
And they go in 54?
We're moving.
Moving the fire district to,
Our district goes to 57 based on our
Schedule.
You see your change schedule.
54 is blank.
54, she should have, we're just going to make copies
We
for
don't
us.
have office for
So
it.
we can move up to 55, which is,
That's not your food.
What are we moving to 55?
we went to 55.
we went to 55, Is 54 is blank now?
She's gonna go
She's
get
make a copy.
54.
Noxious weed. His personnel services are up.
It's at 14,000, that's 7%, which isn't clear out left field, but
Well, by the time you do step increases and covers, that would be that.
probably may not be that far off.
And that would, is that not what we decided on the rest of it? That was with
No.
10%.
Only the increase.
We good there? Looks like normal operating expenses to me, so. I don't see any major purchases. Good there?
You know, employee benefits, and I know it's unreal.
56. What is it?
It's probably hard to detail out what employee benefits can amount to, especially on the health claim part of it.
No, we can tell you what employee benefits are for every person.
Yeah, I know you can't, but from projecting the year down the road, it's hard to say. If the 2019,
Is
under,
it for the exception?
Or, yeah, 54.
Good people. Bad all agree.
thank you. Employee benefits in 2019, the actual is just a flat $4 million. In 2020, it jumped to 5 million. That's how unpredictable it is. So, and now the projection for 22 is 4.9. So the workman's comp and Social Security is off base by a considerable amount. But because of the unknowns there, that's probably one area we need to leave a cushion in.
Well, I think that we control that.
I'm sorry?
We control it, so we can leave the cushion there because we control that.
Well, 19 is 4 million, and 20, the actual was 5 million, jumped $1 million. Hopefully it'll come back down to 4, but there's some definitely some unknowns there, uncontrollable.
Yep. We're going to 57.
You're gonna go back to
54.
the extension.
That is true. Thank you, Judge.
It actually looks all right.
Yeah, I don't see it.
It's good to me.
Now we're at
I just didn't want to
57.
miss it. Just didn't want to miss it once we got it.
57 is a fire.
Our district.
It looks like their biggest increase there for 21 is under contractual at an extra 218,000. You know what that would have been for, Bob?
Fire district.
why would he have radios in there? Didn't we buy all the radios?
We bought the radio.
And he's got 22,000 there.
I mean, we bought those radios, certain radios.
Yeah.
That's where the radios went. was in
There may
that
be
area.
others that we,
See, we spent over 2 million on radio.
yeah. But the others, there may be some other stuff, radio stuff that we don't.
It doesn't make any difference, I mean. Might have been an extra truck or it's hard to tell. But that all be in our capital outlay.
So far, I'm not seeing.
On the fire
You
extinguisher.
got 100,000 in just repairs. That'd be some of it. Oh, not from last year, they had 74. Didn't it? And a $43,000 increase from last year.
How did the fire? Yeah, go ahead and address that.
Fire extinguisher service. What is that?
What'd you say, Tim?
Fire extinguisher
Extinguisher.
service.
They have to come and check all the fire extinguishers.
Yeah, it has to be certified personnel to check them.
So it went up from 706 to 7,000 now. From,
What page is that?
Page 104.
from 2019 till now. I'd say we've been doing them all along.
Oh, yeah, it went up to 5,000, then down to 4,000, now it's at 7,000.
Were you talking about fire station service?
Yeah.
Yes.
When I was at Elder, we contracted all out, Candace department, they came in every quarter.
Yes.
And checked every extension you had and updated everything. So it could be pretty flexible.
I thought we had a discussion here a while back about hiring one company for all the departments. For, I mean, everything.
Yeah, we did, but we never got
We
it.
discussed that, but it just kind of come in and fluttered and that.
Well, they did all of our county buildings, the fire department, when I did talk to Randall about it, he takes care of the fire departments. So they did do that on their own, and they had already had that current and taken care of. So that's something they had already done and had up to date.
I just seen from 2019, 706, then we dropped to this year, 7,000.
Maybe there's.
That's 3 years difference, you gotta remember, 3 years difference makes a,
Yeah.
We might have to purchase.
They may have misquoted a check or two too during the year. Yeah, it's jumping around quite a bit.
Could be the fact they haven't purchased some too. I
Yeah.
would say.
Might be some outdating or.
Really, we can get him in here next week to question it, because we're probably running low on time.
you know, if it's my place burning, I really don't care what.
Don't care.
Yeah,
Correct.
I think our fire departments,
if they bring the fire extinguishers, I'm gonna question them, okay? Just gonna say.
But if they bring enough of
They
them,
bring them.
they bring big red ones.
It better have wheels and a woo-woo on it.
I think our fire departments are probably in pretty good hands.
Oh, yeah, they are. They are. We are blessed in that aspect as well.
It took 3 years, three or 4 years just to get him to increase request, because he didn't feel like he should.
So we good then?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Number 58, tourism.
Our fire department, first responders, are so important. It's unreal.
Tourism Convention Fund. Which,
That's just a projected on the
Yeah.
bed tax and stuff.
yeah. I don't see any issue with it.
Don't need one.
Solid waste,
It looks good, what I'm saying.
should be transparent from last year, or almost exactly what it was last year. Down just a tick, actually. Budgeted what the actual estimate was.
Which one you want?
Solid waste. Correct, we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Underneath, everybody else.
We got OS, SOS on item number 60.
Do what?
Number 60's got another stuff.
SOS.
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 No.
It's miscellaneous budget.
This is.
Mhm.
Did we run that back to,
Yeah, well, I moved it,
moved it clear back to,
7 or 11, whatever it was.
yeah,
That was mental
The
wellness.
SOS.
That's mental wellness.
oh, that was mental wellness? Yes, you're right. That was. There's too many pages.
That's what 60 the general fund, general department, general action department. It says,
I got 10 of them marked that we need more information on. Other than that, I think we checked off on all of the 10.
Some of those are just, they need to change the type.
Yeah. which they're aware of. Or most of them are, except she put a call in Wayne and he wasn't available, so
He's already down for the day.
I guess you'll have to maybe ask him next week when he comes in.
Pardon?
We'll just start in the library over here.
Get little shelves.
I need to go clean it up.
Yeah.
What do we do with the older budget books? I mean,
Give them to Andrea and she,
They found what?
this file.
she can actually pitch them all except for one copy.
Okay.
Then
I don't,
Then reuse the cover, but we only need, I think,
I would always like just the previous year.
yeah,
Up there where
we're all
Donna,
about trouble.
where Donna was, she had several,
But we only need one
but
copy of
she
every
kept,
year.
she kept all those books for a few years back.
And I think they went through and rearranged them up there like.
I also have one copy from, I think, yeah, way back in the office still, so I can just get rid of all these since I do have the 2020 copy myself.
I would assume, is that correct in that statement, Bob? So you get rid of all of them but one of the 2020?
That's the 2020, that's all you need.
Anybody got anything they want to add?
Do we need this?
I put mine in my budget.
I put mine in my book and I'm gonna put all the jail stuff in the folder. That's right. That's what I'm gonna keep on the jail stuff. It goes under title,
I think the jail,
the fire deal goes under number 57.
Well, that's why I was saying we already have one
Yeah,
in the budget.
yeah, we did.
So this was basically the second, that's why I was asking for really.
Angela from the fire station, she made those all up, so I left them in the books that she presented them in with everybody's names on each copy.
No, it did not have a name.
sure,
Oh. Shame on you. VIP.
anything else? Oh, I don't know, I just think the jail is a worthwhile project. Hope it goes through for sheriff's department, jailers, safety purposes, and economics as well, so. Nobody has anything else to add to the meeting, we will adjourn at 3:51.
Yep, send me a phone call on this.
I'll trade you.
I think I'll head to Waverly, shower, clean up, and head to Pleasant.
Yeah, I gotta get up to the court.
Oh, there it is. I gotta turn off Brad's computer.
Tom, have a good vacation.
Thank you, sir.
Come enjoy,
Thank you, sir.
Crazies.
take pictures.
You know, I'm not a big fan of pictures, they just stay on your
They
phone.
say these, national parks are so packed with people now, it's hard to even get in.
Yeah.
Here a week or two ago, there's two of them being shut down.